go. Welcome to the Freeman podcast. Oh, gotta allow that. So hope it's still going through.
Let's try that.
Let's just get this up. Episode 9. I mean, it's not episode 9 anymore. Copy. Let's get rid of that. Ho ho.
Oh, it's working now. Get in. Ah, thank God for that. I was going to kill people then. I was going to kill the fucking 17 Vietnamese workers I've got inside my computer running it. I bought online the other day. Got them quite a good price, mate. Amazon's fucking the bollocks for that shit, mate, I tell ya. Fucking fantastic.
I hope that that's all alright. App Store, themes, dashboard. Let's have a look. Subscriber goal.
Can't even have a cup of tea because I've run out of tea bags. My Tesco's has been delivered at 9 o'clock. What a bastard.
That's tragic. Subscriber goal, let's have a look. I hope I'm on the, I've got the right YouTube attached to my thing. What have we got? My account, members, widgets, themes.
I might put the mask on tonight because I'm feeling particularly rebellious. Bum bum bum. Hey, check.
Test. Make sure that chat's coming through. Brilliant. Nice. So what have we got? All kinds of crap. Yeah, it's pretty special, that Tommy Robinson video. It's very revealing.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it is and it isn't. It still adds to the puzzle, doesn't it?
Yeah, it all does. It's just so much going off. Copy.
My internet's still loading up. That's how long it's taking. That's long, isn't it?
Still loading. Jesus Christ.
It's loaded now. Get in. Fucking hell.
See, the subscribers have gone up for the YouTube channel, but the actual Freeman subscribers haven't actually changed, which is odd. It's really odd for that to kind of be happening. Let's open it up. What subscribers are we on the actual channel? I'm sure they've gone up recently, just to buy a few. 94. So we're on 94, yet the subscriber goal says something else. 94. we go. Yeah, that's really odd. I don't know why that's a thing. It's like I can't update it either. I can't really change the. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. $89. Why is it still $89? Go to settings. What channel is it for?
Where's my shoe?
Don't know.
Where is it?
I haven't seen him with it, to be honest.
Well, you lying.
No, I'm not.
Well, you are lying because it's all over written, so you are lying.
No, I haven't seen him with it.
Why the hell would it be the way it is? It's so strange.
Where are you going? Going out?
Yeah, that's my mates.
Oh, that's nice. That'll be nice. Everybody go and have a nice get together.
It's going to be pissing ourselves, really.
Huh?
Started streaming 6 minutes ago, alright. Let that load up. It's really odd. I feel like there's problems with the stream for some reason. Problems I've never had before, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Public, cards, episodes.
Yeah.
10, save.
You're podcasting.
Huh?
Or YouTube.
How are you?
I'm sorry.
Donations enabled.
Coming to be home.
Well, that's really strange. Dashboard.
Yeah. I'm gonna nick a coffee. Get in. Back in a minute, Dan. I'm just fucking hardcore motherfucker.
About now. Go through now.
I've got tea bags.
There we go.
Well, mate, there's tea bags. I didn't fucking realise. Get in.
Let's have a look at something really quick. Right, okay. So if we do just one nickname, test dono. Test. Donate. Okay. PayPal for a donation.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing, wasn't I? Fucking hell, what a cock. Where is it? Where is it? The family cloud, yeah.
Let's have a look. Continue.
Yeah.
Oh, right, there we go. That's gone through. This is a test. How are you doing? Brilliant. So it is working. Jesus Christ. But then has that actually gone through? That's the thing.
Now. It says live now. Yeah. Well, it says live now. Oh, shit. My speaker's on. Yeah. Well, it says live now. Oh, shit. That's off.
Dashboard. Log in. Let's have a look. Not now. Okay.
A 3-second delay, isn't it?
Pending. What is the pending payment? Accept. If I accept that, then what? Accept this payment and convert it to 50. Accept this payment in US dollars and create a balance in this currency. Oh, actually, you want to fee of, so because it's come through in dollars, it's coming right. I understand. Okay, submit, whatever. Submit, payment accepted. Brilliant. Interesting. So always make sure you pay in fucking pounds then, I guess, which is a bit ridiculous. So how could I don't know. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. All of it's a struggle, to be honest. Tinfoil Hat, hello, hope you both okay, says Tinfoil Hat. Back in a second, guys.
Yeah, we're all okay. We're surviving. As you can call the word. Hope you're all good. Having a nice cup of Yorkshire tea. Got to be done on a Friday. God. What sad things we're doing on Friday. Years ago I'd be out clubbing now. Not anymore. Got me pipe and slippers. Topics tonight. I think we're going to talk a bit about Julian Assange. I think we're going to talk a bit about Tommy Robinson. Have EM in here as well. I think we're going to talk about Farage and Brexit Party. Obviously, that's linked with what Tommy said on one of his latest videos. So, yeah, I think that's what the topics are for tonight, but who knows? I've had a long day, so I might be quite quiet. I'm normally quite quiet anyway, but I've had a long day. Yorkshire tea, I'm on water. Yeah, I don't drink that shit, I'm supposed to, but I don't drink water for some reason, just drink tea. Unless I'm training, then I have water. But, don't choose to drink water apart from when I'm training. Cup of tea. Bottled water, tap shit. Yeah. Even my filter's broke as well. I've got to get a new filter. That reminds me. Thank you, Tim, for all that. I've got to get a new filter for my water.
Yorkshire tea, I'm on water. A new water filter. Yeah. I had my Facebook restricted again. Can't comment to groups lol for commenting on Nigel Farage's Brexit Party live about rape gangs. Oh, for God's sake. For God's sake. That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. Well, it's always. Do you know what's making me laugh at the moment? Do you know, well, United Arab, was it United Arab Emirates, isn't it? Is that where that thing's going on with that woman who's just been released for saying that some woman looks like a horse? And yet we're kicking up an uproar about it, right? Yeah, but they're going to bring those same things out here, didn't they? Yeah. All the restrictions, everything you're going, you can't say, it can't upset, hurt people's feelings. Do you know what I mean? So, like, it's no wonder we're not going to rebel and go against all this stuff when we've got all that stuff going on, isn't it? Making it like, what? Bollocks. Because it's like hypocrites, do you know what I mean? Such hypocrites, aren't they? And then they're doing that fit restriction on porn now as well, aren't they? That's it. My left hand's, he's retired. That's it. Fucking hell. And the right hand said he's had enough. He's going on strike. I'm fucked. That's it. No more porn. Jesus. What are they doing to us, man?
Mad, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. This is why nobody's riots, because we've had all our aggression taken out of us with all these laws. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes it's good to spout off and be a bit abusive. You know what I mean? They're taking our away for comedy, everything. They're just trying to null. Oh man, don't want to get started. Just null us all. Yes, go to work, come home, watch Coronation Street, EastEnders, watch the news, go to bed, get up, go to work. You know what I mean?
They came off restrictions Sunday night at 7:09. Some idiot was commenting about Tommy. Yeah, it's annoying. It's almost like you're restricted from what you're able to talk about and what you're not able to talk about.
It is free speech, isn't it?
Julian Assange has information that could destroy Russian hoax of cards. Someone's put. Liz has put. Let's have a look.
Mm-hmm. I can't see that comment.
It's in the main Freeman WhatsApp. I actually saw that.
Ah, right. Yeah, no, I can't do that because I've got my phone going for this one.
I see. Yeah.
It's really difficult.
So we tried to make a bit of a list. Well, you said we need to do that. I was doing it at the start of things, but we did make one anyway. Well, I've made a topic list and put some things together.
I did tell him earlier.
Tommy Robinson and Nigel Farage, and the video that he said was quite revealing, quite telling. So look, donations, show chargebacks, chats, top downloads, widget teams, face masks. So if I go to my settings, access settings, currency, here we go.
Oh, that comment about British naturism. Yeah, I see about that at the swimming pools, isn't it? Having mixed. Nah, don't even go there. I'm not going to say anything because steam will start coming out of my ears like this. Just going to shake my head on that one, tinfoil hat. You know what I mean? Just going to shake my head like this. That's bad, man. Standing for the Brexit party. Jacob Rees-Mogg's sister. Oh, God. Well, we know that party's fake anyway. We know what that party's about, don't we?
There we go. So now this page should go automatically to... Brilliant. That's nice and simple. A nice and simple donation page. Thank God. That's just doing my head in. Yeah,
It's gone missing.
I think it was from that live at 10 this morning. As 10 this morning, they restricted me. That the only thing I commented on until after dinner, or could be about British naturism. Jacob Rees-Mogg's sister standing in the Brexit party. That's unbelievable. It just shows that they're all tied together. Well, we know for certain at least the Brexit party's
anyway,
fucked. Yeah. Yeah.
We had this conversation when it was on the march, wasn't we? Do you remember?
Yeah.
We knew exactly what was going on too. Then we did some delving, didn't we?
Yeah.
He's the banker, say no more. Nigel Farage is a banker, say no more. You think who he mixes with, what bankers are normally signed up to who, and you know what's going on. Dodgy. Even looks like a reptile to me.
Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it?
He does though, doesn't he? Tinfoil hat, I totally agree, you know. I'm a parent myself. Well, my kids are older. You know, 15 to 22 and 23. But, like, seriously. Seriously. I mean, to be honest, what type of parent... Look, let's be serious about this. If you see something like that in your paper being advertised, would you take your child to it for a start anyway? Any sensible adult wouldn't do that, would they?
Yeah. What to do? What? Sorry.
You see, they're talking about having some of these swimming pools have naturalist times, and they're encouraging mixed sessions with adults swimming with obviously naked kids and naked adults swimming together.
It's pretty crazy, yeah. It's very hard.
And obviously that can get infiltrated. Now, my point is, if these paedophiles still can infiltrate Parliament, they can infiltrate everywhere. How are they going to stop them infiltrating a swimming pool for a start? You understand?
What can I say?
That's like, oh mate. But look, at the end of the day, it's down to the people, isn't it? You just don't take your kids to one of these naturalist things, do you? Full stop. And if you see a kid, somebody taking their kids to them, surely you need to say something, perhaps. I don't know. Potentially, because potentially you're putting your child at risk, aren't you? That's what social services was going about, isn't it? Potential child at risk. I don't know, tinfoil hat. Seriously. The mind boggles, doesn't it? Absolutely boggles. What was it that I was watching? Yoga with llamas. Ladies and gentlemen, the actual... I'm going to beep. Now we're going off topic a bit, but sometimes I have like a little bit of fun. Like, yoga with llamas. Or lemurs. Lemurs, sorry, not llamas, because they're big, aren't they? They're like lemurs. Those little things with long tails. What planet are these middle classes on? Seriously, because that's who you see going to these things, don't you? Oh, hello, lovely. Where are you off to? Oh, one's off to yoga with lemurs, darling. Oh, it's such a new fad. Oh, I love it. Oh, it's absolutely amazing. I'm in touch with nature. My God, they've got such big balls. Fucking, that's the only reason they're going to fucking love lemurs, I tell you. You off to the protest tomorrow? What time is that? Because I know there is one tomorrow. I was thinking about popping down myself. I'm going to make some calls, see if somebody's around. It's just all this walking, isn't it? That's the problem. I might get one of those electric scooters and I can just like scoot down. I'll get me pink unicorn. I'll nick it off that Remainer. You know what I mean? Get a pink unicorn and go down there. Yeah. Fucking hell. Tried a bit of Greece in 2000. That didn't work, did it? Still looking grey. So I'm just so damn stuck on at the moment. This time of night, the glue gets a bit worn off. I don't know. Yeah, it's just mental. Hello, Tracy. You all right? Just chatting about this naturalist thing, and I was just saying, as a parent, you wouldn't just take your kids there anyway, would you? I mean, who in their right mind would take their kids to a mixed swimming thing? I wouldn't. So, I think personally, it's so disgusting. I think if you see a parent taking their kid there, then potentially they're putting their kids at risk, surely. There's paedophilia bloody everywhere, isn't there? How are they going to stop paedophiles getting into these things? I'm really sorry, but I can't see it. No. Just... What planet are these people on? Are they planet Zog or something? Right.
Sorry about that, guys. Food got here and everything, and I was just, you know, dispersing the love.
That's what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying, guys, is if they're doing these things, and if I would, like I said, I wouldn't take my child to one of these things, right? I'm just saying this, Dan, to one of these mixed swimming baths. I wouldn't, because potentially I would see that as putting my child at risk, right? Now, so if you see a parent taking their child into one of these mixed swimming baths, potentially that's a risk. So you could report them to social services because they're potentially putting their kid at risk. Because like I said, paedophilia is everywhere. If they can get in Parliament, they can get in schools, scouts, brownies, whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? They can get into a fucking swimming bath. All these little cameras they've got now. How do you know somebody doesn't slip in there during the day and put a little camera somewhere? You know what I'm saying? Sorry, but if you're a naturalist, fair enough, and I respect that, yeah? But over 18 or something, have an illegal limit on it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Wear a bloody burqa.
It's so hypocritical in terms of like everything. Everything seems to be getting put in place in terms of like equality and making everything balanced and okay for everybody. But it seems like people take these norms and they drive them over a cliff. It's like you can't do that. You've got to have some balance. There's good things and bad things in the world, and you can't fight one side but not the other. And that's unfortunately what people are expecting people to do.
Pushing the boundaries, aren't they? They're pushing the boundaries of everything, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like I said, they're just pushing everything. And the thing is, no, this is what I'm saying. This is why there must be stuff in the water and all this 5G, because I'm sure 30 or 40 years ago, our great-grandparents wouldn't have stood for this, would they? I don't know. Why are we standing for it? It's because we've been doled down the shit in the water and the mercury and all the fluorides and everything else and all the 5Gs and all these things, these bloody phones getting into our brains, dulling us down, man.
Right, so here we've got a clip. This is Tommy Robinson today on Nigel Farage. I'm just going to play this really quick in the chat.
I wasn't going to reel in. I was going to wait until I got home. But with what's just happened to Julian Assange... Julian Assange is...
I can't hear it, though, because I put my speaker on and I get...
Look what's happened to whistleblowers in the UK. Look what's happened to whistleblowers everywhere. Whistleblowers need somewhere. So anyone out there with information, with
I do like his
information,
T-shirt,
credible
though.
information,
Ireland. He's got
with
good
leaks,
taste.
with paperwork, with documents, with any information that they wish to expose on corruption, to expose things that are going on within the system, to expose against people. Nick Clegg, maybe, head of communications of Facebook. Anyone from Twitter. Hey, even Nigel Farage. Don't know why I say
One
Nigel
of these
Farage.
swimming things ain't run by...
I've got to get onto this. I was going to keep my
Barrett,
mouth shut
is it?
about it, but I can't.
Rolf
I'm watching
Harris
this morning,
swimming baths.
and I
All
saw
natural
that
as well,
Hope
but
Not
many
Hate have
age.
said that they're going to come out strongly in the European elections against UKIP, of course, and against myself if I decided to stand.
But
they're going to give a free pass to the Brexit
sauce, young man.
If it doesn't
No.
tell you what you need to know already...
Mate, you've got to have mayo and tomato sauce.
Nigel
Seriously on your
Farage
chips.
got us to the
Lovely.
point of a referendum. Well done, Nigel. Thank
Boom.
you. Yeah? And then he abandoned it. He abandoned it, and he focused on his media career.
So he's there speaking about it, and he's pretty much telling the truth. He's saying everything that we've all been thinking, we've all been discussing, and Tommy Robinson's coming out and saying it all finally. And he's even saying that he holds this. And we had this conversation last night, Chris. Do you remember when I was saying about how he's got to keep things up and he can't open his mouth about certain things? He's here backing up exactly what I was talking to you about last night in terms of, like, he has an audience and he has to maintain it, and the only way he can maintain it is by staying on a narrow path with who he's walking alongside, because if you run a party or a political party like a UKIP, not everybody's got the same opinions in that party, but you still have to have some kind of unison to maintain it, and that's the kind of game that he's playing. So he's obviously been very careful about what he does and doesn't say about Nigel Farage, which is great because it means he hasn't lowered himself to that level of what they're doing, you know, knuckle-dragging, racist, blah, 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 blah. So he's got to set an example in a way anyway. We're a good quarter way, and let's just play the rest of this anyway.
And making money.
I
Fair
mean,
enough.
to be quite honest with you,
That's what he focused
you know,
on.
I've always, even though I've followed Tommy from, I first got him when he did his interview outside the one of the court cases where he got arrested.
Yeah.
I was watching that live, and that's what got me onto him. I'll be truthful. Now I did my research on him and everything else, and I thought, you know what, went to the marches and everything, but I still had just a niggling thing of who was something behind him, who's backing him, which we've talked about now. But to me, he seems to be more and more getting less. That little paranoia bit about him is getting less and less. It's still there because it's gonna be, because that's my natural thing about anybody. Same with Trump.
You have to
know what I
keep
mean?
that
I'm still
open mind.
putting it
It's
out
that
there.
it's that paranoia which is healthy, right? You have to always be like looking over your shoulder, because we don't live in a world where people won't stab you in the back. We don't live in a world where people will tell the truth. We live in a world where people tell lies, people deceive you, and people certainly do not tell the truth. So having an element of paranoia and suspicion over everybody that's in this sphere, especially people that have a following like Tommy, is always a good thing to have, because you have to be independent of everybody. Everyone watching this and maybe listening to this on replay, anybody who supports Tommy, it doesn't matter what you support or who you may stand behind. You have to be independent at the end of the day. You have to represent yourself and how you feel. That's what we're fighting for. We're fighting for democracy, free man on the land, and free speech. Being able to, well, free man on the land, free man. Do you want to be a freeman? And this is to the women as well, because freeman isn't a sexist phrase, right? Look at the definition of it. Freeman is just freeman. You're a freeman, you're a free woman, you're a free man, you're a free child. Are you a freeman? I classify myself as freeman. I say what I want. If I had a massive thing, if I said, oh, I want a, well, I'll use the metaphor for somebody else. Let's say somebody was in our country and they wanted to execute all the Muslims, right? They wanted to put them in camps like the Jews and kill them all. They should be able to express those emotions. They should at least be able to say it. Right? Because if you bury these problems and don't allow people to speak their mind and express how they feel, how are you meant to characterize these problems? How are you meant to deal with these problems and represent these people so that these problems that they want to solve are actually solved and faced up to? And this is the problem going back to when UKIP got 30% of the electorate vote, but get one seat.
Not one.
One seat in Parliament. So all comes full circle. All comes full circle.
That's down to that proportional representation, isn't it?
It's ridiculous. I'm just going to play the rest of this video anyway, so we don't natter on. We'll talk about it afterwards. Give me a sec.
And then, when they're going to betray Brexit, then he comes back to completely split the vote. Nigel's never spoken about issues that affect working class communities. Yeah, he's been strong on the European Union, but he got us to a point and then he abandoned it. And he abandoned it so much so that the only people he allowed to become in charge, or he put in charge of UKIP, were people that he knew would fail. He didn't want a growing resistance party. He didn't want it. And in fact, he didn't just not want it. He done everything he could to stop it. Look what he did to Anne-Marie Waters. And Anne-Marie, if you're watching this, babe, I love you. Wherever Anne-Marie is standing in her election, people should support her. She's amazing.
Yeah,
She's
it's simple. I know where you're coming from, but then you've got to find out who funds them. And you go back and you
He
go
tried
back.
to destroy her.
That was what I was getting paranoid
or the
about.
party did within UKIP. Now,
But you know what? Listen, I'll give
what he
anybody a
done was he
chance.
put
But
Henry
like I
Bolton,
say, my
who
mind
he
is
knew would
I'm
fail.
always going to
Why?
have that little bit.
What's his reasoning for that?
Doesn't matter who's in
They
power.
didn't want a strong
leading
party. When
anything.
you then see the opportunity with what, since Gerard Batten's leadership, I believe they've gone from 17,000 since they aligned, or since they currently started working with myself. And since Gerard started reaching out to I'd say the general working class and the public in this country, they went from 17,000 to 28,000. Then we have an emerging resistance party.
Tommy was about freedom of speech, him being allowed to say what he wanted to say. Do you understand? That was it for me as well. It was more so freedom of speech as was a big part of following Tommy as well, just for the fact that they stopped.
I've said the same thing to many people. It's not necessarily... I don't think he's a great figurehead because of his past, but it all boils down to freedom of speech. I don't care what anybody has to say, from the Muslims and Islamic supporters to an average working man on the land that has a farm, you know. Both sides of the spectrum, I don't care. But people need to be able to express how they feel, what they believe, and what they think is right. Otherwise, it just leads to anarchy. Those who prevent peaceful revolution... leave only... let me get the quote up. It's a good quote.
Yeah, but I was going to say, I mean, look, right, let's look throughout history. I mean, recent history, we've got Nelson Mandela perceived as originally as a terrorist. Malcolm X was even classed as a terrorist in his own country. Do you know what I mean? Sinn Féin leader who became a politician, terrorist, but now, you know, peaceful politician. Do you understand what I'm saying? So people who have got devious pasts, but the thing is, people forget about those pasts. Do you understand what I'm saying? But with Tommy, everything's highlighted all the time. EDL, bah, 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 bah. And again, it's the media. You know what they're up to.
Well, we've got a quote here from John F. Kennedy that I was talking about. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Because that's frustration. So if people peacefully protest and nothing happens, it will inevitably turn to violence. It has to. Because the only way you can make the state wake up. God forbid. We don't want that. We don't want violence. But you know, well, you don't.
Populist
I wish
party
everybody
growing.
could just take the money
Nigel
out the
Farage
bank
comes back into
one day and
politics.
say, you know what, go and
Completely
withdraw their
divide
cash,
the
whatever they've
vote,
got in the
split
bank
the vote.
savings and take it all out as
To
cash.
tell you, he represents you.
Mate, that would
Now, it's frustrating for me because it's clear evidence.
topple them.
Home Not Hate are not
Well,
working against him. They're not
impossible
going
thing
to
to do,
tackle
but,
Nigel
well,
Farage. They're going to
what an
tackle
idea.
UKIP and myself. There's the evidence in yourself. Nigel is
What an
the
idea.
establishment. Nigel is a
Everybody
city
stop
banker,
work, go down the
a toff,
bank, take
who
the
looks
money
down
out,
upon
put
his
it in
nose
there.
upon working class people like you.
I mean, I don't know.
That's
about
the
that,
reality,
but I
and
don't wanna
I know
go
that's
to
hard to
society.
take because it was
I
hard for me
don't
to take
know
because
much
I
about Tommy,
I admired Nigel's fight, but then he
just
exposed
wrong.
himself with his classism.
Don't actually ever see the
And
money you earn.
By
Even though
watching
the
who
money
he put in
earned
charge
is
of
a bit
UKIP,
fake
it was very
money.
clear he wanted it to fail, and I thought he wanted it to fail because he wanted to be known as Nigel Farage. He was UKIP. Now he's not, because UKIP's continued to grow and fight under Gerard Batten's
I
leadership.
totally agree, Tim.
And then
I hope
from
it
that-
doesn't change.
Sorry, there's a big peacock in front of me, yeah? I'll have a look here. So, he has, he's decided to try and destroy UKIP. And then he comes out right at the last minute. And he hasn't set up a political party, he's set up a Brexit party. A Brexit party that would enable him and
You're
his
making me hungry
friends,
now.
who
We're
are
at
all
dinner.
ex-Tories, to milk the gravy train a bit
Chocolate
longer
ain't been delivered till
of the
night.
European Union. And divide and split the vote. Now, the only reason why I haven't yet announced that I would be standing as MEP is because it's a difficult position,
Look,
because
this is not fair. You've seen this.
I
You're
wanted
watching
one
this,
party
look.
as a
Start eating the
populist
table.
revolutionary party. That's what I think this country needs. A real party that will speak on the issues and the truths that affect you and your community. Nigel won't do that. Nigel's never been in a working class community after 6 p.m. He stood and had his photo taken with a couple of beers. He's never been there. He doesn't understand it. Yeah? And he doesn't care.
Brilliant. So Tommy said it right there. He's pointed him out. He's put the target on his head, and he's gone. You know, he's not working class. He's the closest he's come to working class. He stood there with a beer, and they took a photo of him. That's it. That's unbelievable. He's pointing out who he is, and it's great to hear someone like Tommy Robinson stand up for something like this and say this. And it also is very telling to say that Tommy, before and at the start of this video and making these points, he said, "Look, I was going to hold my tongue with this. I wasn't really meant to talk about this, but." He stood up, and I think he's done the right thing by exposing this and expressing his opinion. Because at the moment, in this current climate and in this current time, when we're so lost and we're so divided in terms of who to look to, especially with the whole Trump situation, the Q situation, our current government, the EU, Brexit, who do we vote for, the Brexit Party, UKIP, Jared Batten, him himself, his links to, you know, him standing up and saying this is absolutely amazing. It's astronomically hopeful.
That was quite a defining moment for me as well, because it was like, bloody hell, he's like just locked into my brainwaves all of a sudden, your brainwaves. Do you know what I mean? It was like, wow, hang on a second. We've been saying this for ages, haven't we? He's been dodgy from the start. The whole thing, like I say, the whole, like, what you got to understand, the Cameron, whatever his name was, doing the thing to putting us up for the vote, him coming in. It's all been planned. It was all just part of the fucking game, man. Part of the game.
Care either, to be honest. He does not care. And most of his comments that he gives are degrading towards tattooed to the head.
And at the moment,
tattooed
they're
to
at
their
stalemate.
to their heads.
What's going next?
Working class people, racist thugs because they have an opinion about Islam. Islamophobia. He actually pushes the Islamophobia term. Unbelievable. But anyway, I don't want to get on a rant about him. I want to get on a rant more about, or ask you if people have information, come forward. The email address is www.tommy.robinson@tutanata.com. I'll include it in this. It's just an opportunity for people to expose. I was going to wait till I got home to do this, but I thought with what happened with Julian Assange, with what I'm watching, this
boys are playing UFC
flying, we're launching today, we're representing you.
Actually come for 3D in a minute. They start rowing like you wouldn't believe.
No, you're the establishment. You're the establishment. You're a complete decoy, and you're absolutely splitting the vote. And that's what your purpose is. That's what you're doing. You're going to be successful in doing it, I believe.
Each other, please.
I believe that if UKIP stand in your area, you've got to go out and vote for them. UKIP are not the establishment. That's very clear and evident. Look at the attacks. Is Nigel Farage come under attack anymore? Would Nigel Farage be Sir Nigel Farage after this?
There you go, he said it. Has Nigel Farage come under attack since all this? No.
I'm disappointed in a lot of things, man. I'm disappointed that I think that UKIP need to really grasp it, that if you want to electrify the working class, you know, the 30% of people that don't vote, the people who've never felt the need to vote, you need to show you represent them. You need to show you're willing to.
With two different things on the same day. It even split the march. Do you know what I mean? Oh, mate.
Not be pander. You've seen Nigel Farage completely pander to political correctness. Jared Batten doesn't. He's a very strong leader. I have utmost respect for him. I just wish they'd pulled a finger out and just not worry about what the media say, not worry about what a few people say, and revolutionise the working class community.
So what do you think you're saying about the fact that he wants
show them that it's worth getting up and voting for them?
Leaks become whatever grasses or whatever you call them. I don't know. Whistleblowers.
I think it's another great thing to come forward about being him. Just getting to the end of the video now, and he says actually something great about that. It's exactly what you're talking about. So listen to what he says about that.
That's what I wish would happen. And I think the only way you're going to do that, you're going to miss the opportunity. The only way you're going to do that is to have myself stand for you. That's what I'm just saying how it is. That's how it is. Anyway, any information, any whistleblowers out there, give me the paperwork, give me the weapon, and I'll use it.
Any whistleblowers out there, give me the paperwork, he'll use it. He'll use the information. Yeah, great. I think it's good. He should be saying that. Because if you're a whistleblower, right, you want to get information out. It's not just about getting it into the right hands. It's about getting it into as many hands as possible, right? Yeah. But it's great that he's coming forward as a person for that, saying, look, I'll take your information off your hands and I'll broadcast it, right? It's good. It gives him even more credibility that he's interested in getting the truth out there, not the lie. That's Tommy, anyway. But here's the real questions that we had on Tommy, right? That's Tommy from today. Here's the real problem. The real problem is Avi Yemeni and him getting stopped. So we've got this Trump photo here. Unbelievable. Right. Just got our full screen like that. Move it over to the side. There we go. So we got that Trump Robert Dinghy. Robert Dinghy Rapids, bro. What do you gather from that? Is he mocking? Is he supporting? You don't know.
I don't know.
Has Tommy Robinson ever said that he supports Trump or what?
Is it another one of those puzzles? Is Trump keeping him afloat?
Oh! And then he goes to IBM, and you remember what I said about publicity stunt?
Yeah.
And FBI, the one fucking bureau that he's taken over, is the bureau that stops him at the airport. Oh my god. Mate, that's cunning that you thought of that. Trump keeping him afloat. Or he's like resting on Trump. Trump's keeping him afloat. Yeah. It's just incredible.
They keep doing all these little puzzles, don't they?
Yeah.
They really do. It's fun to tell. They must have a great laugh doing these things. How can we just like put something out there that they got to work out what it means? Yeah.
Well, it's exactly what Q does, right? They leave us puzzles.
So all
What's
of
any,
a sudden he started these puzzles the same as Q.
what's any of your
So
guys'
they got-
opinions in the chat? What do you think? Do you think Tommy is for or against Trump? What do you guys think?
Hang on a minute. You have to remind me. Has Tommy been? He's been to America, hasn't he?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah.
Was he stopped? Was he stopped entrance, or was he allowed to go in?
Can't remember.
I can't remember. Okay, yeah, he did, didn't he? He was refused visa, wasn't he, to visit Republicans?
But who was in presidential power? When was this?
November 2018.
It happened in 2018.
I think, and I'm just checking. So this is from the Telegraph, and it says 13th November 2018, 8:19 a.m. British far-right activist Tom Robinson has not been granted a US visa to meet with Republican lawmakers in Washington this week.
Does it say why? I'm going to look into it myself. Well, I've got screen share up.
Robinson had planned to attend an event focusing on Islam with which 7 Conservative Republican members of the US House of Representatives convened for Wednesday.
Robinson, who's... Oh, fuck off, Independent, you fucking bunch of slags. What are you doing? Open the article, then closes it again. I just go back to fucking Google and get a different link. Twats. Telegraph. What is this? Entering US on friend's passport. Ah, here we go. News. New English Review. Oh, God.
Interesting.
British far-right activist Tommy Robinson, not far-right, just not far wrong, has been granted a US visa to meet the Republican lawmakers in Washington this week. An organizer of the meeting said on Monday. Daniel Pipes, president of conservative Philadelphia-based Middle East Forum, which invited Robinson to the United States, said the British activist recently applied for a visa at the US Embassy in London, but now realizes it will take a while for him to be allowed into the country. Robinson had planned to attend an event focusing on Islam, which 7 conservative Republican members of the US House of Representatives have convened for Wednesday. 55 British lawmakers from both major political parties recently wrote to US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo requesting that Washington ban Robinson from visiting the United States. They said they were concerned he would use the US visa to launch a fundraising tour in the country. So who's Mike Pompeo?
Tommy Robinson travels to Palestine and visits a refugee camp. Video on YouTube. Huh? But you can't share it. You can't do nothing because they've stopped it all.
Who is Mike Pompeo?
Oh, I've heard of that name. Come across that name before, Mike Pompeo. Secretary of State.
A State Department spokesman said US law prohibits the agency from discussing individual visa cases. Meanwhile, last week, PayPal stopped handling payments for both Tommy Robinson and the EDL. There are alternatives. They will be used. Not much information there, then.
Where's my Tesco shopping?
Congress have invited EDL founder to a major event in Washington despite his criminal record. Stephen Raxey. Where's the quote from Trump? But the Trump administration said Trump didn't even fucking say that. What a bunch of dicks. OpenDemocracy.net. Fucking Jesus, this is appalling. UK men wanted. Trump ambassador raised. But what has Trump said? Oh, I think I've just struck gold.
Have you?
Tommy Robinson, a right-wing activist supported by... what the fuck are you talking about? Let me just get rid of all this shit. No thanks.
Put by Trump.
No, wait. There's nothing on Trump. Nothing. There's no evidence for anything in regards to Trump. Just got to get rid of this box and delete it. There we go. Got rid of that fucking stupid article block or whatever. We've got Tommy Robinson, a right-wing activist supported by Donald Trump Jr. and Steve Bannon, was granted bail from a British court on Wednesday.
Robinson is a right-wing anti-Muslim, Yep, I got that as well. Business Insider.
Unbelievable, right?
Mm.
Let's get Donald Trump Jr.'s Twitter up. So I wonder if Donald Trump Jr. is quite active on Twitter in terms of his opinions. November was Australia. He didn't get into.
Steve Bannon. I'm worried about Steve Bannon. I've said about that, but then we had to talk about that, didn't we? So that was all right.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Friends close, enemies closer. Okay, well, keep it down. Let's have a look. So, Donald Trump Jr. Here he is. I'm pretty sure you can search somebody's Twitter, right?
Oh, mate, I don't know. I'm not even on the thing.
Yeah, you can search through somebody's tweets.
Where's my fucking food? Tesco's, come on, mate.
Oh, advanced search, that's it. Advanced search.
Mm.
So you can go on to advanced search. All these words and phrases. So if I put in there Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
These sessions written in all languages from these accounts. I just do don't just. Mention these account places. Search. Donald Trump's using it. I spent countless hours in country for my father with Tommy Hicks. 19. Tommy's my full co-chair GOP. No, there's nothing there. That's the only way I would say there. There's nothing on Donald Trump Jr. So I don't. So Trump Jr. is not posting anything about it. So I don't know, guys.
Don't forget the Trump girls are at one of his rallies.
Who are the Trump girls, though, mate? I've not seen them. I haven't even really investigated who they are. Who are they?
Well, one was a brunette one. I think that was a blonde one.
But who are they? Yeah, who are they, though?
They did a speech. I'm sure they did a speech as well. It was on the one, you know, where Kurt Wilder turned up. That was outside the Old Bailey.
I'm not familiar. There's been so many.
I don't know if you guys have been to any of them. Did any of you go to the one outside the Old Bailey? Am I wrong?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm asking. I genuinely do not know.
Nice. I'm pretty sure they're there. I'm not imagining.
Girls, and it's like, yeah, no, I get you. I'm not even disagreeing with it or saying it's not happened. It's not that. But it sounds realistic that would exist. But it's like, who are these Trump girls? Who are they? In what way are they linked to the Trump administration? Are they linked to the Trump administration in any way, shape, or form? Are they just fans? If they're just fans of Trump,
no, I think they were part of his campaign. Helped run his campaign and were involved with that or something. I'm gonna fucking Google it. I want to Google Trump girls because I'm sure.
I'm lost. Up Confusion Creek without an idea. The two women from USA you on about which funded the stage. Okay.
Yeah, they were on the stage, yeah. I'm sure they spoke as well, I'm sure. Oh, mate. Honestly, my memory's bad, you know that, but, like, sure they did. Yeah, that's it, the two, yeah, they did speak, though, didn't they? So, no, I'm sure they come up and spoke as well on stage.
Was they black? I think I asked this question last time you brought them up. Because you search Trump girls, it comes up with something and silk. Have a rich business or something.
Yeah, I googled it as well.
Are they black?
No, no, no. One was brunette. I'm sure one was blonde. I know they were quite tall. Hmm.
Excuse me. But then obviously Trump had Nigel Farage over and stuff, didn't he?
Yeah. He sure did. That's interesting, isn't it?
Forgot about that.
So do I, yeah.
Nigel,
Good thoughts.
Nigel Farage says Trump is a friend for life.
Oh. Plot thickens then, doesn't it? Even more now.
I forgot about that completely. Nigel Farage and Trump are pretty tight knit.
Well, yeah, because Farage is a banker.
But remember what we said about there being good Freemasons?
Yeah, yeah, of course, of course. But do you think Farage is a good Freemason? Because I don't.
I think Trump is a good Freemason. I think he's a very good Freemason, mate. But I don't know.
I don't know.
What if Tommy's the mole? What if Tommy's what if Tommy's the
Yeah,
mole?
I've said that before as well, yeah.
What if Tommy's the mole and really Nigel's the good guy here?
But mate, come on, look, just think about it though. But it's difficult. He's a banker.
That Brexit. Let me tell you something about that Brexit march and that protest on the 29th. Who booked it first? Who was planning 29th first?
I couldn't answer that question.
Farage. It was Tommy and UKIP that decided to do theirs on the same day.
Oh, you're streaming.
Aye.
And why has Tommy got such close ties to the police?
Yeah, one with. This is really interesting, isn't it?
And we got Israel. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I can't get over that.
But then Israel is controlled by the Catholic Church, isn't it? And the Queen's controlled by the Catholic Church.
Maybe Tommy was always there as like a fill for people to take their anger out on, like a punch bag. Like a pot to capture all the people.
A diversion.
Well, yeah, you got all these angry people. They need somewhere to divert the energy and unify. Let's install a head of that movement. Tommy Robinson. Who better? Somebody from Luton. I mean, there was plenty of lads to pick from Luton, wasn't there? Look, listen, mate. Well, you've got a great passion here. You know, we'll look after your kids. You'll have all the money in the world. Blah blah blah. You'll be a millionaire. You'll go on holiday. You'll be safe. We'll always be watching you and keep an eye on you.
We need you to cause division.
The war between the cabal starts. Nigel leaves the UKIP party, makes his own party to then represent the other side of the cabal. goes over and sees Trump, who's fighting also against
So we've
Brexit.
got the two kebabs fighting each other in fucking England, mate. That's sick, isn't it? That's sick.
That's so fucked. Better watch that we don't spontaneously combust.
So hang on a minute. So where does the one who got arrested again, Assange, play in this then?
He's clear.
Because I've heard I heard he was funded by Israel as well.
He's clearly behind Trump. He's clearly behind Trump.
Hang on a second, my door's going. It could be me Tesco's. Hang on.
Yeah, it will be. Only got 2 viewers. I think it's just Tinfoil Hat that's in here, Kirsty. I think people miss just a massive revelation. Then this podcast should get loads more viewers. Especially to say, you know, I post it out in the thing, but nobody's really interested in watching. But we do dig up some really pinnacle things, me and Chris, on here. It's a shame that more people don't watch. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Peace, love.
The thing is that you've got to look at, right? I'll turn Chris back on there. The thing is with what you're saying, Kirsty, about the whole, you know, it couldn't be Tommy kind of thing. He couldn't keep that up and blah blah blah. You'd be surprised. 200 years planning, mate. When you get dangled a fucking golden ticket like that under your nose, like, well, look after your kids, blah 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 blah. Only takes one person, Tommy, to fucking with a radar phone. Look, Tommy's been protected by the state from the very beginning with the radar phone and everything.
It's really, it is deep, guys. This is, you know, we think outside the box a bit. So
it's a lot more complicated than people think. This isn't just about getting behind someone and saying, all right, I'm going to support this person all the way because they support my views. It's not about that. It all comes down to supporting what you believe in. Me and Chris all have different views and opinions. Yeah, we keep them to themselves. It's all about respect and unity. Do you know what I mean? And we come together as two minds and we try and figure it out. But everybody's got different opinions on things. And that's what you got to remember. You can't just put all your faith in one person. If you're going to put all your faith into something, it should be God if you're religious, you know. And I consider myself.
Your eggs in one basket.
Yeah. Don't. You know, it's like don't. There was something weird about Tommy. There was something weird about that entire thing. I felt like I was standing in the wrong place at that protest on the 29th. I felt like I was following some kind of show. It felt like a lot more of a pantomime, like with Tommy's stage, you know. And then people up at HM laughing and looking down.
Guys, you're bad.
Okay, I'm just having boy banter. I forgot you're streaming. Just a bit of lad banter, okay?
You feed the dog.
Come on, Chewy.
Get out.
Plug my phone in.
Sorry, guys. I have a house full.
It's all right.
No, you know, it's obviously we've had our suspicions about two cabals fighting as well, and this is just bringing it to the front, to the front, especially with Yemeni as well being banned from America as well. Again, with that publicity, all that's part of it.
Trump stopping Avi Yemeni from getting in.
Yeah. So obviously, if he's allied with Farage and Farage's lot, if you know what I mean, then Avi's with Tommy, isn't he? So it would seem plausible why the FBI would then stop him, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Tommy's a paid shill. Fuck. He's got to be a paid shill. Tommy has got to be a paid shill.
The thing is, you don't want to look. You know, you, as a human being, you always want to see the good. You always want to see the good side of somebody, don't you? And when we talk about this, it kind of breaks my heart because I don't want this to be true. You know what I'm saying? All our thinking, I don't want it to be true. I don't want it to be true. I want him to be what he says is. I want him to concentrate on every aspect of paedophilia, all across the fucking board. All the different religions that get away with it. Everybody, all the MPs, everybody. Like I've said before, I constantly keep saying it. And then you sent me a photo today, didn't you, with holding Melly Shaw thing up? And I'm like, boom.
He's ticking boxes, mate. He's walking around ticking boxes. That's what he's doing. He's ticking boxes. Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, nice one. Yeah, yeah, tick that box. Yeah, 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 yeah. Stand up on stage. Like you say, coked out his head. Fucking, you know. It's UKIP, vote UKIP. You know, UKIP's always been the little mole in the pile. Why would Nigel separate? Fuck me! I just want to sit in a room with him. Do you know what I mean? I want to sit and talk to one of them. I want to just interview one of them and say, you know, what's the...
Even with his marketing, it's clever because most MPs, when you see him up on stage, they're in a suit. Yeah? He's in his jeans and T-shirt. He's one of us. You see what I'm saying? They're pushing that... Surely, if you were going to become an MP or think about MP, you would just easily put a suit on, wouldn't you? I don't know.
He was almost gurning on stage, wasn't he?
And he had a really bad dry mouth, didn't he? And he had a bad dry mouth, which...
You're doing that. You're doing that all the time. You're doing this. Fuck me. I don't know. It's just fucked. So fucked. We've got an entire movement of people, do you know what I mean, that may be going in the wrong direction, and it's very hard to change that momentum. It takes fucking months of work. It takes years of work. You know, 200 years of work. And to undo something like that is fucking cataclysmic. But,
you know,
but one thing, but there's one thing, there's one really big thing about all of this which does tell us something, right? Even do you know how we talked about them orchestrating the war on both sides, right? We can rule one thing out: it's not orchestrated, because there is genuine animosity between these two sides.
Do you know what? This could work to our advantage. Think about it. If you've got these two fighting, that's when they're weak. Because they concentrate on each other, aren't they? This is when they're at their weak point. If people want to strike against the New World Order and shit like that, this is when to do it now.
But think about everything that you know, everything that I know, and the span of getting your head around this, though. It's really hard, mate. It's really hard.
No, I know.
It's really hard getting that real message out to people that, you know, don't be a sheep, don't be herded. Let's see what we've got here. Tracy's put, I agree. Tinfoil hat, Kirsty, I agree. Followed him for nearly 7 years and I heard his speeches. I feel his passion. I think him having something with UKIP, he shouldn't off, as I think UKIP using him. Tracy was like, it's deeper than that, Kirsty. I don't mean to put anyone's point. It's a lot deeper than that, what me and Chris are talking about. I'd like to think he's genuine and he's doing it for the right reasons. I think we've been lied to so many times, it's hard to put your trust in anyone. You shouldn't put your trust in anyone anyway, you know? You should always, again, think about yourself, be selfish. Yeah, it's a point, though. If you want to talk about faith, there's only one place your faith should be, and it's in God. It's in Christianity or some kind of heritage in that terms, but you should never put your faith in some blood and flesh on a stage, because it's got evil in it. Do you know what I mean? The idea of putting faith in someone is like, put faith into your loved ones, put faith into your own flesh and blood, put faith in yourself, but don't put faith in other people. After the EDL, he was reporting about different mosques only being the last year he being involved with UKIP. Right, see, what we're saying here is we're not looking at the trivialities of what he's doing with UKIP. We're looking at the trivialities of the fact that if he's a paid shill, then everything that he said and everything that he's done is irrelevant. Because it's not, actions speak louder than words. It's about what your actions are, right? And it doesn't matter what he says about this mosque, that mosque, blah 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 blah. All these guys don't get violent, blah blah blah. Why was our side? Why was Tommy saying that? Why do they even need to say that? If people are going to get violent, it doesn't matter. Since when did they start caring about what the media is going to say? Because that was the worry. Oh, they'll put it out there on the media that we're violent thugs or whatever. Don't lower yourself to. But it's like they're gonna fucking lie about us anyway. And it doesn't matter what we do. They call it never seen so many white faces. Come on. Come the fuck on. If we'd rioted that day on the 29th, right, we probably would have made more of an effect of, oh, fuck me, people are pissed the fuck off. Look at this carnage in London. Holy shit, people are angry about this. But instead it was meh, 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 and did the report on anything that legitimate that Tommy talked about, or the rape gangs, or the grooming. Did they report legitimately on any of that? I don't fucking think so. He didn't get no reporting done whatsoever. The only outlets... Look, he's been taken off Facebook, he's been deplatformed and everything, but he's still on this whole Telegram thing. It's all one fucking big stooge, one big play. Nigel Farage could be the good guy in this. He's there with Donald Trump. It's like Donald Trump, Brexit. You know what I mean? It's like Brexit. Why did we even have a referendum? To start a big fucking load of shit? This big distraction that's going on right now? That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, but there again, don't you think it also, if you look at the positive aspect of Brexit, don't you think it's woken a lot of people up to the New World Order and what's going on?
Yeah. But then it's also put them in a fucking pot, mate. It's brought all those people that are capable of thinking about what's going on, and it's grouped them all together. Yeah? It's taken all these people that have the initiative and the ability to fucking beat them, and it's fucking moved them and herded them into a group to be better manageable. So it's almost like it's fucked. It's social engineering on another level. It's social engineering on a level that's not even comprehensible to be even explaining it on the stream. After the EDLU was reported about different mosques, yeah. It's fucked. It's really fucked. But there's a lot of bad things right now about Tommy. I mean, if we get to go on his Telegram. Can he access Telegram on the... It was the eye, mate. It was the fucking eye. It was the eye that fucked it. Like, that was the fuckery of all of this. His little flick on the eye, it was just weird.
Then the wink.
And the wink, yeah. Well, I think he did the eye thing like that, and then he realised how obvious it was, and he did the wink. What the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't even joke about that. Don't even joke about that on a platform that big. Don't even joke about that. Why even joke about that? That kettle is something else. Holy shit. Let's just mute that for a second. The eye thing that he did, he was talking about Avi Yemeni getting stopped, and he was, it was super fucked. Just turning Chris down a bit there, fucking hell. Yeah, it was super fucked. I mean, oh god, I can't get it up. How do I get it up? Avi Yemeni. I've got a link in the chat. I've got a link in the WhatsApp from the notes that I put together. It's right here. Look, let's play it on stream. This is the eye thing that I'm talking about. Here we go. TR.news. Avi Yemeni has been detained and deported out of America. Watch this.
Big red head. So Avi Yemeni was flying to America, to LA, to go and question Jim Jeffries. He was held at the airport, detained for 6 hours, questioned by the FBI. From what I understand, he's now being deported. Share that far, share it wide. Avi?
There it is, there it is. Let's play that again.
Avi? That's what happened? I'll share it wide. Avi? That's what happens when you work for TR.
Fucking little bastard. What are you doing that for? What are you doing that for?
Share that file, share it wide. Avi?
What the fuck are you doing that for?
There it is, look.
Share that file, share it wide. Avi?
Avi, thumbs up. Well done for doing that. Well done for going to America, knowing that fully well you won't get in because it's the enemy. You've raised suspicions. You've turned the movement against Trump. Well done. You've created more division. Well done. What's fucking well done about that? What's well done about highlighting the fact that you've been deported from America by the FBI? What's well done about more division? I'm sorry, but I that's fucked on so many levels.
Share that file, share it wide. Avi?
That's fucked on so many levels. Thumbs up, Avi, mate. Well done. Well done. You didn't get into America. But thumbs up anyway for the more division. Yeah? Fucking what?
Alright, 2 seconds, I'll be back. Hang on.
Think about it. What's he fucking doing? What's he playing at? You don't do that. You explain yourself. Explain what you're doing. Explain why you're doing that. You know what I mean? There's no... You can't even joke about that. In a time like now, when the fucking whole plan is coming together and we're on the fucking knife edge. We're about to have like 89... About to have, you know, over 90% of the populace on... Guys, this is so real. It's not even a fucking joke anymore. It's so real. It's not even a joke anymore. It's so real, the fact that we're talking about over 90% of the Earth's population being wiped out by something. He was. I know how he was going there. Yeah, he was going to interview Jim Jeffries. But then listen to what he says after it.
Share that file, share it wide. Avi? That's what happens when you work for TR.news, bruv. So in the United States of all places...
That's what happens when you work for TR.news, bruv. That's what happens when you work for TR.news. When you work for TR.news, you get stopped and you get deported. You don't...
I've sussed out what it was.
Well, go on. What's...
I've sussed out what that sign was. He'd just done a line and he missed his nose.
Do you really think?
Nah. I'm taking the piss, mate. I'm having a jest. It's my sense of humour.
Share that file, share it
Look,
wide.
yeah, look.
Avi?
It's been fucking awesome.
That's what happens when you work for TR.news, bruv.
No, I'm joking. That's a definite sign,
Being
mate.
deported. Share that file, share
That's
it
not
wide.
even like a
Avi?
wipe away of anything on your face. That's like
And he turned his head. He turned his head to move his nose out the way. You know, he didn't just miss. He turned his head. He turned his head. He turned his head for his thing. And yeah.
I was only jesting anyway.
You don't fucking do that. Period. Period. You don't do that. That's one thing that should all be able to agree on, right? You don't do that.
Jim Jeffries was going to interview who Avi exposed. He told Avi he won't get in the USA.
Yeah, because Tommy can't get in countries either. TR.news is Tommy's new. Mate, he's a fucking mole. There's a reason why he can't get into fucking... He can go in Europe, though. He can go to Germany. He can go anywhere in the EU. He can go to Russia. He can go to China. I thought it said Jews then instead of news. It says news, not Jews. Okay. Right, we're looking at. We're on the cuff of a mass wipeout event. We're on the cuffs of something that's going to kill billions of people in the space of a year, and it's not a joke. It's not. You know, if we don't solve this, if we don't figure out where we put as momentum, Fuck me. It's like I'm investing my brain power into this and my time into this, along with you, Chris, as well, mate. And it's just, where's it all going? It's bad. It's really bad shit.
Somebody put up in the WhatsApp group about there's two. You know, we said the two cabals, and the one was the New World Order, and one was called the New World. Somebody put up. I didn't have a chance to read it. I'm gonna. That looks quite. I reckon it's neocons too. It's the new world. There's a new world order and just the world. New world. There's a new world and there's a new world order. It was on the WhatsApp today in the group. I was going to read. I hadn't had a chance to read. I was just saying that somebody posted up a thing about there's the world order, the new world, and then there's the new world order. I just really read about that, so I might investigate that.
I'm just going to drop this really quick. Not all Freemasons are bad. Kaboom. They're not.
That's right. No.
They're not. So, and that's another misconception peddled by the media. If you're a conspiracy theorist, then all the Freemasons are paedophiles and fuck off, dickhead. It's not true. Not all Freemasonry was established after the Knights Templar to maintain order. And it's split. You know, don't just believe what people say. Go and look at these fucking evidential things. Anybody can be a Freemason. Anybody can join Freemasonry. The surface of Freemasonry and Freemasons themselves are not bad. It's just higher up. It's just higher up, and even higher ups don't fucking know. Go look into Albert Pike. Go look into Albert Pike, the hidden hand. You know, not all Freemasons bad. They get so far up the ranks. It's not even the high ups. Go look at Albert Pike. There's right. So there's Freemasonry, right? So you get through Freemasonry, okay? And there's the inner circle of Freemasonry. So there's the outer circle of Freemasonry, right? Which you're in now, okay? And there's the inner circle of Freemasonry, which is the evil bastards within it that don't even tell the other, you know, the people that are in the outer layer of Freemasonry don't even know about the inner layer of Freemasonry, okay? And then beyond that, you've got the round tables, the table of the 12, the families, and then you've got the top.
Yep.
That's it. The evidence is all there. There's 33rd degree Masons that tell you about this and how it exists and how they call the outer circle Freemasons, the surface Freemasons, they call them cattle. They use them. I'm telling you right now, JFK was a Freemason. Do you know what I mean? JFK was a Freemason. Donald Trump is a Freemason. Nigel Farage is a Freemason. Tommy Robinson is not a Freemason. Donald Trump, they're on jobless claims, like job seekers allowance, like what we have here, or universal credit as they call it now. Those kind of claims in the US are at a 50-year low. 50-year low. I can spell it. 50 YEAR low, LOW. 50-year low. Take that into consideration. Imagine in your head the timescale of everything that's happened in the last 50 years. Jobless claims in the US are at a 50-year low. It's the lowest that it's been in 50 years. 50 years ago, we're talking after World War fucking II, mate. When there was loads of jobs, right? Now, it's not as high as that, but it's Trump is fucking... Look. I would rather live in America right now than the UK, hands down. That's just fucking end of story. I'd have fucking guns. Trump fights for guns. He fights for the medical care. He fights for sovereignty. He fights for the blind judgment of the law. He fights for the amendments, the sovereignty. He fights for all of that. He fights for justice. He doesn't have any paid special interests on his campaign. He doesn't. It's fact. He's a businessman. That's right. He's going to have special interests, but he doesn't have any paid special interests. This guy is a fucking winner. He's a stone cold winner, right? If I was over there in America, I'd have a nice bit of land, reasonably priced. I'd be in a country with a 50-year low of jobless claims. I'd have guns to protect myself, supported as well within the amendments. I'd have a president that's been voted in democratically, it represents the people, and cares about the safety and the reality, and isn't scared to be politically incorrect. He tells the truth. I'd have a president and a leader at the top of my establishment that represents our sovereignty, unlike us, which have none whatsoever, giving more and more of an extension to the EU, talking about selling our sovereignty down the drain. We'd have an elected official that would have actually kept the promises that they'd made before a campaign. How many? Fucking name one. Name one in the last 10 years, 20 years. Other than like JFK and Nixon. Fucking name them. They don't exist. And every single one that has been elected across the world, in the UK, America, and all these other places, they've been linked to fucking horrible, horrible things. Horrible, horrible things. All I know, right, is there's nothing bad on Trump. There's bad on Tommy. There's bad on Farage. There's bad on our current establishment. There's bad on the EU. There's bad on Israel. There's bad on our Queen. There's bad militarily in the links, the intelligence services, our police, all our heritage links, Northern Ireland, our history. There's bad in everything. There's bad in Germany, France right now. It's wholeheartedly bad. There is nobody that is a fucking hedge bet in terms of what's going on right now in Britain. There's nobody to support 100%. Even this stuff that me and Chris talk about is like, you know, we're always painting a bigger picture, right? And even then it's so hard to understand because we're not at the root cause or understanding of what's really going on. The truth of the matter is, over in America, I'm telling you, I'll fucking die by it. I support Trump. I support Trump. I don't know where the world's going right now, but I support Trump. Because he ain't done nothing bad. He ain't said nothing bad. He ain't done anything questionable, right? That man is a representative of everything that he fucking said in his campaign, and he's acting upon it. You bring me bad shit on Trump. Bring me bad shit on Trump. I want people to bring me bad shit on Trump. It doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Oh, he's got a load of money and he's had a few bad business deals. Probably dealt with some shady figures in the past. But I'm sorry. But when you're at the top of the chain and you're in the Shark Tank, right, you've got to learn to survive. And that's the kind of culture and kind of upbringing that he's had. He's always grown up. He's always been a target with money. Yeah? But I'm telling you, fucking, what a fucking guy, man. What a guy. I'm going to pull up a video of Trump. If there's one person beyond Tommy Robinson, the UKIP party, the Brexit party, and all this shit that's going off in the UK, if there's one person you guys should be supporting, right, it's fucking Trump. I'm telling you right now. It's Trump. And QAnon. Because QAnon isn't just made up of a movement of just what's coming out on Q, right? I've spoke to thousands of different people. Thousands. I'm not even exaggerating for the point of it, right? I've spoke to thousands of different people, like I am with Chris now on boards and in group chats on Discord, right? On voice calls. And this is a movement of hundreds of thousands of people, you know, millions of people that support Q that are all open-minded and don't believe everything that they hear, right? They use Q as a reference and they dig up that information, they fact-check it with everything. And not everybody in the Q movement necessarily supports Trump, but what they do support is truth, justice, sovereignty, loyalty, patriotism, right, and nationalism. They support it. Every single person that seems to support Q and really take it seriously. So if there's one thing I could recommend to anybody who watches this stream, watching the stream now, we've always got Tracy and Kirsty, right? There's one thing I can tell you, like stone cold, you should be supporting right now. It's the QAnon movement, right? I'm giving faith here because I'm losing my faith. It's very depressing and doom and gloom what me and Chris talk about. So I'm putting some faith back in the stream, right? I'm putting something to rely on. I'll tell you things to follow, right? Follow QAnon and follow the QAnon movement and the people involved in it. They're very like-minded people. Go and watch Patriot Soapbox and follow Trump. So far, so far, Trump has not let anybody down, and he spoke nothing but truth. He hasn't done anything questionable. The most questionable thing with Trump is 5G. That is all I know of. Right? That's the only thing that I know of Trump.
Still got that thing. You know what I mean? I will have that.
Yeah. Definitely. Chris is right. He's totally right. Don't ever put like your 100% faith in anybody, right? It's all right. Like Tracy says, I love Trump. Tinfoil hat. Kirsty says she likes Trump. I love Trump. Fucking Trump, man, all the way. Yeah? And if Trump is friends with Nigel Farage, I'll tell you something stark right now. I trust Nigel Farage more than I trust Tommy Robinson. Especially when he goes on his fucking Telegram and he does that. And he goes, thumbs up, and winks, and says, Avi Yemeni, well done for the more division. Well done for dividing this massive movement that we have the fucking keys to the palace of, right? These people that come down on the 29th, all these people that are going to vote UKIP, this massive demographic of people that are going to vote UKIP. I know what we should do. We should poison them against the only other fucking movement on the other side of the planet that has any legitimacy, and it's the person with the largest fucking military might on the entire planet. Let's fucking do that. Well done, Avi. No, you're a knobhead. Of course you wasn't going to get into America. Why would you even try to get into America other than fucking going there for a reaction, right, in order to publicise that Trump's a fucking dick? I mean, surprise, surprise, you go and fucking do that. You go and do that after posting a picture of yourself, right, with the Trump dinghy. What's that about? What's that about? You post a picture in a Trump dinghy and then you report on that? I'm sorry, it's a fucking load of shit. And then you're pointing out Nigel Farage how he's a dick, but it's like, what is he really doing? Yeah, he's got this like rich background or whatever, but again, it's like people slander Nigel Farage and say, oh well, he's a rich banker, blah blah blah, and he's a Freemason, his dad's a Freemason, etc. But then it goes back onto that very imperative and a very important point. The Freemasons that you know of publicly, right? They're usually the best ones. It's the Freemasons that you don't know are Freemasons. They're the fucking dangerous ones. They're the dangerous ones. What?
Yeah, I agree. They're the dangerous ones.
Yeah,
exactly.
The ones that we don't see on TV, right? The ones that don't fucking say anything. The ones that are inanimate, like the fucking royal family. They're the dangerous ones in this whole fucking thing. David Icke said Trump is a puppet. David Icke's a fucking nut job, mate. I'm sorry. I'm seeing all of these fucking posts on David Icke, right, and it's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. All these, right, David Icke's great. He's wrote some good books. He definitely opens people's minds and leaves it out. But honestly, think about what the guy said. Look at the guy's track record. He's a fucking idiot. His medical records say that he's had schizophrenia and everything, man. He's fucked in the head. David Icke sells books, right, and sells out events, right? David Icke makes money. That's David Icke's living. Back in a sec, guys.
And he lives on the Isle of Wight. I have to put that in. Say no more. Being a southerner and born near the Isle of Wight. But again, he may be mad, but he come up with some good books, man.
Yeah, but he's a piece of shit. Yeah, look, Joe, 25 and all, yeah. I don't get.
Yeah, sorry guys, that was one of my sons. Bless him. There's a cat.
Mine is like here.
That's what Tim meant. Fuck so he's not going I'm sitting him around. I'm boxing up. That's what I'm telling you. I my fans. My fans out there.
But honestly, long story short, right? He's off his head. David Icke's off his head. People give him too much fucking credit for what he says. Come on. He spouts that much shit and then doesn't even back it up. He doesn't even back up what he says. he has all these things that he talks about. David Icke, right? He goes on these rants, right? So everything that I'm talking about right now, I can pull them up right now. I can pull them up. I can tell you the book. I can tell you the context. I can tell you the source. I can show you the imagery. I can show you the video. I can tell you the names. I can tell you the dates. I can tell you everything about it. David Icke just goes there and dribbles. He just dribbles and goes. That's what David Icke does, man. I'm not saying everything that he says is bullshit, right? Because he definitely rides off the back of everything that's happening. He's got truth in what he says, but then he takes it, right, and he sensationalizes it and goes, right, so all this is going on with Brett and he's speaking truth, right, and he gets you hooked and you're listening and you're there because you know you're part of the movement, you know what's going on, you're listening to him, and then he goes, lizards! They're fucking lizards! It's like, oh god, you've lost me, mate. I'm sorry. All right, just you can't get any kind of rational, conclusive information out of David Icke. What the fuck has he even said that is true? Do you know what I mean? Donald Trump has predicted more in his presidential campaign alone, right, by saying he was going to do something then doing it, than David Icke has in his entire fucking career. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't mean to slam the guy, right? Because it's great that he tries to open people's minds. That's great. But don't ever listen to what David Icke says and go, oh, David Icke says Trump's a puppet. That's great, okay? But how is he a puppet? Tell me how he is a puppet. Do you know what I mean? What are his links? To show me the sources. Show me who's funding him. Who's funding the people that are funding him. Like Chris is always saying. These things are really fucking super important. If you're going to make accusations on things, right? I mean, look. Me and Chris have baseless conversations all the time. We have baseless conversations where we go down the rabbit hole of thought of like, maybe this, maybe that. But then you try and connect the dots from there and try and draw a conclusion from that conspiracy or that theory of what's going on. But if you try and draw that conclusion of what it's like, if we was like when we were discussing about two cabals or whatever, and we talked about the inner and outer, Chris, right? It's like you try and make sense of it. You don't just like, I don't know, how can you put it? It's like you could say the royal family's lizards, but where does that even come from? Where does that even fucking come from? He's a nutter. He's absolutely off his head. I feel like pulling up David Icke right now.
Yeah, keep the background noise down, please, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still broadcasting.
What you believe to be
that's
right.
my front room. Oh, look. Xbox time. Okay, now. Mental. It's like a youth club in here.
6 hours, 11 hours, 2 days, 4 days, 5 days, 1 week, 1 week, 1 week, 1 week, 1 week, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jesus Christ, he's just pelting these videos out, right? 12k views, 27 views. If I go to his about, what's it got on his about? We've got davidicke.com, the very first link. Fuck his Facebook and his Twitter, but they're there. Let's have a look at davidicke.com. So when you go to davidicke.com, his own personal website, let's see what you see. Let's pull up the fucking desktop page, right? So what do we see on davidicke.com? We've got, so right at the top, we've got the life story of David Icke official trailer. Official trailer, let's open that up. So what is this? And where you can see it. So where can I see it? Manchester 24, red carpet premiere. See what you can see, where you can watch it in cinemas here. Tickets. £35, £60 in London, £45 USA. Fucking mongrel! Buy a ticket to go and watch your shit? No. Julian Assange arrested in London after Ecuador withdraws asylum. What have you said? What's he said about that?
I knew it was inevitable.
I tweeted that Julian Assange WikiLeaks arrested inside Ecuador when he had lived on London's Metropolitan City said in a statement invited to the MC video of Assange being arrested. Police statement confirmed that Assange has been further arrested on behalf of the United States Authority 10.3. Blah 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 blah. UK America's bitch and need a diversion from Brexit. Pamela Anderson launches scathing tweet storm following Assange's arrest. Yeah. I think I truly believe America is like the big dog in the game. They're fucking, they're understated. Brexit delayed to Halloween. EU leaders agree. Flex extension to October. Renegade life story of David Icke. Officials. Fuck me. But he's got other things on here. Friday video. Subscribers. Israel connection. Iran vaccines. DavidIcke.com for premium content. Fucking Jesus Christ. Look what he's done. He's capitalised on bullshit. Come on.
Man, how are you on 70? Man? Don't take hits, man. You take too many hits. I haven't gone past round 1 yet. I'll beat everyone else first.
Only one saying about the reptiles, apparently it goes back to the Anox, or however you spell it.
Wow. Yeah, you start off with near enough same stats. You don't. When you do a career, it doesn't put his stats with Kimbo's stats. You start off with literally 60, 60, 60. You build your own stats in career.
Oh, okay. So
you build it from thing. That's what I'm saying. It's not, and you pick what you fight with. So I know Kimbo Slice in real life is a good fighter with his fist. So I just made him a good fighter with his fist.
Kimbo Slice is dead.
You've made someone. I've got 2 people that I've already made, bro.
I believe. Is Kimbo Slice dead? I think he's dead. Yo, Chris, is Kimbo Slice dead?
Yeah,
Who? Sorry? Yeah. Dead. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I'm just looking at something now.
What is it? What is it?
I mean, candle.
Oh, it's candle. What flavour is it?
He ain't the only one saying about the reptiles. Apparently, it goes back to the Anox, or however you spell it. There's a lot of myths. There's a lot of myth and legend around it in terms of like it basically meaning shortcomings of the people that they're not who they say they are. Right? It's not. It can always be taken out of proportion. Right? It's like with Vlad the Impaler. You know, it can be taken out of proportion. With him being a vampire, being a metamorphosis for thirst for blood, right? It's like it's not. People can take a lot of myths and legends and spin them to be something that they're not, and that's what I mean by sensationalizing things. And I mean, you could speak to David Icke, and I'm telling you right now, I've seen him on his interviews. He's off the cuff interviews when he's gone to specific areas to discuss. You know, like he's been called in to be interviewed on like another podcast or in person or whatever, right? And I'm telling you, he sensationalizes things. I mean, I watch him do it. He looks for an opportunity to take anything at all and go, oh well, you know, like that. It's like fireworks going off when he's talking. It's unreal. And maybe it's just the way that he describes it or whatever. I can't say that they're reptiles or they're not reptiles, but what I can say is anybody who says that, you should instantly question their sanity, because it's a bit mad, right? They could be reptiles, right? But, and I mean, the thing is, right, there's a lot of evidence to show that they are not who they say they are, right? And there's weird things going on, but where is the evidence that they are reptiles? You know? That's what I want to. I know. I just don't, because when I say all this and I rant, I don't want to shut anybody down that believes something. I do that to try and get more of a reaction out of anyone that believes that. You know, I want people to tell me, okay, well they're reptiles because of this, or you know. But by taking like ancient pretext and precursors, right, or pretext and precursors, which is like over 100 or 200 years old, right? You know. You could say the Bible's real, but it's, you know.
Yeah, they spent like 10 years making it. They weren't mad at the fucking start. What?
Look at the Queen's eyes and face. I see the lizard look. I have a tinfoil hat. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the pictures of the Queen. Really, like, think about this.
I'm just actually reading something about the Queen. It's by Time. It says stop paying the Queen with my taxes, and this bloke's, well, if you actually know how much she gets, you ready for this? He reckons.
A shitload.
You ready?
Millions.
This guy, she gets
Hundreds of millions.
300 million a year.
Yeah.
And we're told she's poor.
Well, she does have to maintain her estate though, which is cost a lot, but not that much. Gathered, but not that much.
Obviously, spending denial is not always easy to clear answer. The official figure was 35.7 million. This is made up of grants and fucking hell, man. He goes right into it. Middle Iceberg report that he said report he's been publishing later this month puts the real annual cost of the monarchy when you count security, lost income from property assets and costs met by local government at more than 300 million. That's more than Britain spends on the cancer drugs refund. It's more than country spends feeding its armed forces. Britain cut almost as much from desperately needed national flood defences over recent years as part of the austerity agenda. We could employ 14,000 new police officers, 15,000 new teachers. Fucking hell.
Okay, guys, can you see? Look at this. Look at the stream, Chris. Of the Queen's eyes that I've pulled up.
There we go.
Can you see the Queen's eyes?
Yep.
New voicemail. Why would I? Why would I get a new voicemail?
Okay, I can kind of explain that.
Okay, but no, yeah, I'm going to get into it, but I'm just like making sure that you can see. That's why I've pulled it up. So you can see the Queen's eyes. Yeah, they look a bit weird, right? They look a bit fucking weird. But you work in an old people's home, so you know, right? But I'm just going to go into it, right? So there's the Queen's eyes. Yeah, they look a bit weird. You could say that they're slitty and blah blah blah. Well, there's a light there refracting off the dark, and they're all washed out. But that's the cataracts.
That's old age, yeah, mate.
Yeah.
You see cataracts in full view when they've got a total cataract's eyes, mate. They look fucked. Excuse my French, ladies and gentlemen. I shouldn't swear.
But it's true though. That's sensationalising though. Going on. Oh, have you seen the Queen's eyes? I'm sorry, guys, but honestly, normal. In the corner, I'm crazy then.
See my eyes, I got 4. Look. Fucking hell,
Look, the gap there. The gap. What gap? What gap? The left eye or the left eye or no, I'm just going along with what she's saying. I'm going along with what she's saying. The left eye or the right eye? Which eye? Which eye? Let me know. There's no delay, so the left eye or the right eye there, Kirsty? Which eye are you talking about? Other eye? Well, I don't know which eye you're talking about. That's why I said left eye or right eye. The other eye. She doesn't have another eye. Which eye are you talking about? The left eye or the right eye? Fucking hell. The right eye. It's not. It's in line. This is the desktop. So you can see it how I can see it. The right eye. Yeah, it's like a weird shape, right? It's like a slit almost, but it's not like it's got a bit of a. But it does have a bit of a slit. I'm going along with it. I'm being open-minded here, but it does have a bit of a line there coming down, which seems to. That alright, so I'll validate that. There's a bit of a tone there in terms of this weird thing, but then there's also the very distinct circle there of where a pupil actually is. It's just washed out because the cataracts. Same here. Yeah.
Google cataract eye and then compare the eye slots.
That's not that. I was gonna do something even better. I know, Chris. I know. I'm just going along with it. How old is the Queen?
I think apparently 250 years old. She gets her blood renewed every 6 months.
92.
I think she's about 250 years old, isn't she?
So that's what it's going on for. It's actual real cars like sofas, tables, certain materials in the game.
Jack.
I need a really good photo of a woman so I can show you what I'm talking about.
No, we know she's evil anyway. We know she's not part of. It's not the real royal family. We know this. But I don't think she's a reptile somehow. Hey,
Hello.
go down. Go,
Okay.
get out. See it, can't you? God, old eye.
Love you too. Yeah, so as you can see, it causes problems. See, this is like minor cataracts clouding. So you see there, this isn't. It's a 42-year-old. Oh no, 42-year-old government scheme. So I don't know how old this person is, but it doesn't look like very old. But you can see the clouding and the cataracts there to the right-hand side of that eye. And obviously it varies throughout the eye and can cloud throughout. So she is 92 years old, and you can see that that's the actual pupil itself, and that, you know, it's not. It doesn't really raise questions with me. Let's put it that way. But yeah, the gap above the eye. Yeah, with the, I get what you're on about. Yeah, with that thing, that slit that kind of goes up. Queen.
The thing is, when you get older, your ears get bigger, your eyes recede. Because when part of the dying process is your eyes just sink back like you wouldn't believe. Everything draws back in. It's really mad. Starts at the feet as well. Did you know that? Did you know that, Dan?
It starts what?
Death starts at the feet. The dying process starts at the feet because it's the furthest part away from the heart, isn't it?
I see. Copy it in me.
Just something to...
Actually, I was concentrating on this image. It looks really weird. Let's get that in here. Paste it. Let's zoom into it. There we go. Right. So we've got this here, but is this photoshopped? I can tell you right now, this just looks strange. Like it's but it's been.
That's a blood thing in the eye. That's actually something that's happened to her eye. We get that in the care home. That's actually a medical condition with the eye.
But even then, right? From my experience with Photoshop, this bulge here, right? It looks like it's been photoshopped in. Those.
That redness actually there. I've seen that in the care home, man. Blood vessels. That's it. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Dad, Tracy. You're right.
So yeah, this is what David Icke is like running off, mate. I know, but this is what I'm saying. David Icke's there, fucking swearing blind. The lizards, mate. How can you listen to a guy that says that with no fucking evidence whatsoever?
You know what? He's been watching. Do you remember that program that was in the 80s? It's called V. Where they were like lizard reptiles that came down and they ate rats. It's like a really popular series. You can Google it if you want. That's where he's getting that from. He's been watching that too much. Any of you guys remember V?
Got a video up. I've got a video up here anyway. Look, of David Icke saying lizards, blah blah blah.
Magic bullets, grassy no. Fake
but then again, do you remember
CIA
just being like
program.
we was talking the other day about, and you was talking about some overall power. Perhaps lost control of the cabals or something like that. Okay. Now, they're not seen. They're never seen. Why are they never seen? Because they're not us. They're not human.
Right, let me just continue with this.
Yeah, go on.
It was in 2000 that I first discovered David Icke's book,
can't listen to it because fucking speaking of French again.
You can, mate. You can. I'll put it on for you. You ready to look at your phone? Yeah.
I'm looking at my phone.
Okay.
I'm not moving.
He writes about a global conspiracy.
Can you hear it?
A hidden hand manipulating humanity's destiny through the shadows, using those who seem to be in power. And the goal of these shadow people? Nothing less than an Orwellian global superstate with total control at the hands of an ancient reptilian shape-shifting race. So we took a ferry to the Isle of Wight to spend the day with David Icke. Britain's leading conspiracy evangelist and the one man standing between us and total enslavement.
Hey! Kev, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good trip.
Yes, it was.
Welcome to my abode. There's not much to see, but I like it.
What do we got here?
Well, this is things that I've collected. This is fantastic. Someone in Hawaii actually painted this.
Let me just pause that for a second and check the chat here. Used to love that program. Now there's just blood vessels gap. Yeah, didn't hear that of David Icke. I'm going to try this ex-NASA worker videos I've watched on YouTube's page. Yeah, right. Let's just watch this.
This is what the painting is. This is the original of the front cover of my last book, Human Race Get Off Your Knees, The Lion Sleeps No More. And I asked my great friend, an artist called Neil Haig, to paint this picture for me with particularly those eyes. And that's humanity saying, no more, enough, no more little me, we're not having it anymore.
In 1991, David Icke didn't believe in secret.
You see how he's so fucking, he bleeds dry into his convictions. This guy bleeds dry into his convictions. Let's just listen to that again. It's like, this is why he's an interesting guy. Definitely watch him. Don't knock him, but also take it with a pinch of salt in terms of how this guy speaks and what he's saying here.
An artist called
that's a great piece of art. What he's saying it represents. It's brilliant. But listen to how he says that. It's really fucking weird in his conviction.
Neil Haig to paint this picture for me with particularly those eyes, and that's humanity saying, no more, enough, no more little me, we're not having it anymore.
In 1991, David Icke didn't believe in secret shape-shifting lizard fascists. He was a television celebrity. After arthritis had ended a promising career in football, he'd become a broadcaster. But that all ended in one remarkable appearance on the Terry Wogan Show.
David Icke.
In a turquoise tracksuit, he'd announced that he was the son of God, and the world would be ending that year.
Fuck me! Come on, guys. Is this real? Is he? I didn't know this.
Wogan Show.
David Icke.
In a turquoise tracksuit, he'd announced that he was the son of God, and the world would be ending that year. It didn't, and Icke seemed destined to disappear beneath a typhoon of public laughter.
So it's quite funny, really. You know, 2,000 years ago, had a guy called Jesus sat here and said these same things, you would still be laughing. It's really funny that we've not really moved on that much.
They're laughing at you. They're not laughing with you.
Fine.
But Icke wouldn't disappear. He began to write. And over a series of increasingly successful books, he began to outline his philosophy. Humankind was not in charge of its destiny. It was the unwitting prisoner of a race of shape-shifting lizards who occupied the roles in the highest echelons of society. From presidents to royal families, all trusted public figures were secretly part of a reptilian, Satanist pedophile group who had been on this planet for centuries. People began to take notice of Icke, and today he spends most of his year preaching to amphitheaters full of fans. He's still making startling revelations, and recently he declared the moon to be a hollowed-out planetoid space station from which our minds are controlled.
For God's sake, I've heard the same thing about Saturn, mate. Give me a fucking break. Right, I've seen enough. Let's end that screen share there. So, there you go, guys. So, it's like, no, but when somebody says that, right, it's like, oh, mate. It's like if I sat here, it's like why you guys come and watch and, you know, you're part of the Freeman movement or whatever, you know, Jamie, Chris, and myself are like, along with others, and yourselves, obviously, are productive in a sense where you share things with each other and we grow as a collective mind. But it would be like me coming out and like having loads of good stats. It's like if I set up a podcast, right, I could come to you with a lot of good information and have you guys like, oh my God, on the edge of your seat, literally like leaning into the stream going, oh, fuck me, what's all this? I can't believe Dan's found this and blah, blah, blah. And at the end of it and going, and so you're on your edge of your seat, right, like with all this shit, which is real, okay, which he does take a lot of fucking evidence, which is like real. And then me going, now, they're all lizards. No, I'm sorry. it's like sensationalising it. It's like when he went there on TV and was like, oh, I'm fucking Jesus Christ, that didn't work, wrote a load of books, that didn't work, or just constantly this perpetual fucking fireworks display. It's fucking bollocks, mate. It's bollocks. The real people that find out the answers, mate, they die, they disappear, they're removed. They're fucking killed. JFK shot in the fucking head, mate. In fact, let's in respect of this, because honestly, David Icke give the real fucking things in history a bad name, and one guy who risked his life and gave his life in it all, JFK. And we're gonna watch this to the full. I'm gonna mute Chris and I'm gonna mute my mic. Let's just add this to the stream. Unbelievable. Right. So, Chris is muted. I can't even hear him, right? Where is it gone? Oh, right. It just had that overlay for some weird reason. Right. I can't hear you, Chris, just while he's just playing. What the fuck? President John F. Kennedy Secret Society speech version 2, but then it's playing this Vice video on top. What the fuck? Has everybody seen this? It's playing the same video again. President John F. Kennedy Secret Society speech, yet it's playing the Vice documentary. It's playing the Vice documentary. Why is it doing that? Let's refresh the page. Thank God for that. That was weird. Right, so let's listen to this. Let's watch this. I'm going to mute my mic, honestly. This is a speech. This is a speech to never tip your head to.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Listen.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies.
Do you want me to play this audio through for you, Chris? Can you hear it?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Alright, I'm going to play this audio through for you.
The secret oaths and the secret proceedings. We decided long ago that, gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. No president should fear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people. For I have complete confidence in the response and dedication of our citizens whenever they are fully informed. I not only could not stifle controversy among your readers, I welcome it. This administration intends to be candid about its errors. For as a wise man once said, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We intend to accept full responsibility for our errors, and we expect you to point them out when we miss them. Without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. And that is why our press was protected by the First Amendment, the only business in America specifically protected by the Constitution, not primarily to amuse and entertain, not to emphasize the trivial and the sentimental, not to simply give the public what it wants, but to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities, to indicate our crises and our choices, to lead, mold, educate, and sometimes even anger public opinion. This means greater coverage and analysis of international news, for it is no longer far away and foreign, but close at hand and local. It means greater attention to improved understanding of the news, as well as improved transmission. And it means, finally, that government at all levels must meet its obligation to provide you with the fullest possible information outside the narrowest limits of national security. And so it is to the printing press, to the recorder of man's deeds, the keeper of his conscience, the courier of his news, that we look for strength and assistance, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
There you go, guys. I had to play it. I hope that you guys listened to everything that he said. I mean, it's pivotal. That entire speech is pivotal. Everything that he said. If you don't heed the words of what he said and understand that he is an example of somebody with a genuine threat to the cabal when it was there back then. And before we add anything, just while everybody's on that thought of JFK, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull something up here, also on the screen. JFK grave site. Okay, so if I pull up JFK grave site,
yeah,
right, there's the aerial photo of JFK's grave site. Now, what letter is that?
Q.
It's a Q. This battle, guys, has been going on a lot longer, right, than any of you can comprehend. While this evil has been fighting in the background, the good has been fighting against it, okay? I don't know if you've got anything to say to that, Chris. The guy was shot in the head.
Well, I mean, I totally agree, because I was just listening to that speech myself.
It makes me want to cry, mate.
And the poor bloke, because you think about it, he said about the press, getting the press on side. Well, the press were backed by them anyway. His cards were marked. You know what I mean? And he knows, and like you say, and even in the speech, he breaches on the fact of the secret society. Now, that's the inner circle of the Freemasons, the secret, the ones you don't know about, the invisible. And he's referring to them there now. Do you know what I'm saying? So can we then, do we think we can draw comparisons with him and Trump now?
This is what Q is. This is what Q is. This is what Q is. Q is JFK. Q is the battle that started the day JFK hit office and said everything that he said. The battle has been going on with Q since JFK, okay? And this is what we're going through today. This is why I say to you, fucking religiously with everything that I say, fuck Tommy, fuck, everybody at the moment on platforms in the UK. David Icke, a lot of them, fucking idiots, mate. There's one thing I know is real, and that's JFK's fucking gravesite. And there's another thing I know is real, it's Q. And how Q has been going on now for the last 2 years. 2+ years Q has been going on, dropping information from inside of the government. And then we have Q+. Q+ is POTUS. When Q+, Q+ is POTUS. It's President Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's right. We know that.
Yeah.
That's
So, can you really call Freemasons a cabal? I don't know. But there's people fighting back, is all I know. There's people fighting back. There's a war going on in the deep state. A biblical war of biblical proportions. It is unbelievable. I trust Trump. I trust him. Not with my life, but with my word. I trust him. And I don't know where this is going. I don't know any of this is going. So that's... JFK Jr. JFK Jr. So he died. He died as well. They killed him as well. Images. Let's have a look. How did he die? How did he die? His father was assassinated 3 days before his 3rd birthday party. Died. Off coast of cause of death, a plane crash. Son of US President John F. Kennedy died when the light aircraft he was flying crashed into the Atlantic Ocean off Martha Vineyard, Massachusetts. Kennedy's wife, Carol, sister-in-law Lauren, were also on board.
That's right.
It's perfect. Perfect way to disappear, eh? No body. Was their bodies found? Did they find the bodies?
Not sure.
No, I just thought I was going to work tomorrow.
Did they find JFK body? Bodies brought to shore. Bodies of Kennedy Bassett's brought to shore. Otis Air National, I'm just going to turn you down, mate, because of the background noise. There we go. What have we got here? Otis Air International. Am I on the right page here? No, I've not got it up. Let's get it on desktop so you guys can see that. Trump and JFK Jr. mates. I don't know. There's no evidence that he's alive. Maybe there is. Otis Air National Guard Base, 12th of July. Navy divers recovered the bodies of John F. Kennedy Jr., his wife, his sister-in-law from the wreckage of the Kennedy plane in seas southwest of Martha Vineyard, ending a period of uncertainty for their families and putting investigations close to finding out what the cause of the fatal crash. After scouring the ocean floor for about 18 hours, the recovery team identified the bodies of Kennedy, 38, his wife, Carolyn Bassett Kennedy, 33, and her sister, Lauren Bassett, 34, about 10:30 a.m. today. Blah, blah, blah. Kennedy's body was found in the cockpit, and the woman's bodies were found amid the twisted wreckage. All three were still trapped in their seats. Coast Guard rear said sources close to the investigation also said that preliminary radar information shows no evidence that Kennedy's plane crashed as a result of breaking up in flight. Investigators have now combed through data from numerous radar installations in the area, and none shows any additional objects in the vicinity of the Kennedy plane crash, either as it began its final manoeuvres or as it plunged towards the Atlantic Ocean. The discovery of the bodies brought some relief to the families, who mostly have remained in seclusion since the plane was reported missing earlier Saturday morning, and it prompted an outpouring of renewed mourning along among Americans at makeshift memorials in Manhattan area. Shortly after the bodies were discovered today, Senior Edward M. Kennedy, Demas, and his sons Edward M. Kennedy Jr. and Rep. Patrick J. Kennedy were flown from the family compound in Hyannisport aboard a Coast Guard helicopter and taken to the USA. So he had sons.
Mm-hmm.
Edward. So who have we got here? So we've got Senator Edward M. Kennedy. Let's search this guy. What's happened to him? Ted Kennedy, former American senator. Until his death in 2009. He's dead as well. Fucking Jesus Christ. So even the son of his sons died. Wow. How did he die? Jesus, this is the kind of digging you have to do, right? Chair, Senate Health, Education, Labour and Pensions Committee. Succeeded by Paul Kirk. Blah blah blah. Senate Majority Whip. Personal details. Died. Rest in. How did he die? There's no direct information in regards to any of that. And his son's Edward M. Kennedy Jr. Edward M. Kennedy Jr. Let's have a look. See if that comes up with anything. Jr. Is he like? He's got to be alive, right? Edward Kennedy Jr. Connecticut State Senator. So there's people that stayed in power, right? That are linked to Kennedy, JFK.
Right, see if he's got any link to Trump. Right, no. We're looking at something.
Might be better to just put Kennedy Jr. and Trump. Who is this in this photo here? Let's visit this. Trump supporting conspiracy theorists are peddling bizarre videos claiming JFK Jr. is still alive and attending the president's rallies under the name Vincent Fusca. Right, let's have a look. Vincent Fusca, who's this guy?
Vincent Fusca. You dirty Fusca. Bit of a weird name, isn't it?
I don't know. He should be able to come forward, right? Here's Vincent Fusca with Q putting the thumbs up. What's that about? What's that about? What is that about? Wait, look at this. I'll share my screen for you now, look. What's that about? That's the guy that they're saying is JFK Jr. They're saying that he is JFK Jr. and he's there giving the thumbs up next to someone wearing a Q t-shirt.
Because he's Q.
All for conspiracy. What are they afraid of? How many coincidences before it's mathematically impossible? The world is watching. The world is changing. Where we go on, where we go, where we go on, we go all. Who is he? Who the fuck is he then?
does look like he's wearing a disguise, doesn't he? Do you know what I mean? That's funny.
Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? Is there any videos of him? Let's have a look. Let's search him up. Let's search him up. Hey, that keeps opening up repeatedly. Who is he? I've got all these windows open and he closing down. Fuck me, that's ridiculous. Right. Okay, let's search this shit right up. Never seen that pic before. Zoom in. No, there in news report. Before he was elected, he mentioned JFK Jr. in it. There is a news report before he was elected. He mentioned JFK Jr. in it. Didn't know he had kids. Yeah, he had. Well, you go forth and multiply. Bit strange that they're all dead. Yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? You just go down the line, 2 generations after him, and they're all dead. JFK still alive. A short documentary. It's 26 minutes long. JFK Jr.'s nephew looks exactly like him. Vincent Fusca facial recognition. What's making us nervous? Right, let's have a look.
Vincent Fusca facial recognition. JFK Jr. evidence, doubts, and more questions. Hi, Jennifer Mack here with the Deliciously Healthy News, and this information will
What a name, the Deliciously Healthy News.
at my website, thejennifermack.com. You are a skeptic of QAnon. I have another video titled Q versus MSM, the war for your mind. You may want to start here first. Links and videos provided below. This video is forthcoming. Talk about the dangers, about the doubts, about the steamy questions on this theory. In case you are new to my channel, I've mentioned a lot of recommend. It's made me a little, can be deceiving, right? We'll look at a couple expert opinions soon.
It's just too long. That's too much of an intro for a video topic. Do you know what I mean? Tell me who you are, where you're from, talk about a topic that you put in the title. Don't be a cunt.
Comments that I forgot the kids. Do you mean JFK Jr.'s kids? Well, actually, I didn't quote unquote forget the kids, but now we're going from facial recognition to facial resemblance.
I think this is the rally that who mentioned that in the chat. Tin Foil mentioned. I think there's a rally here anyway on this video.
Can be deceiving, right? We'll look at a couple expert opinions soon. Then there were comments that I forgot the kids. Do you mean JFK Jr.'s kids? Well, actually, I didn't quote unquote forget the kids, but now we're going from facial recognition to facial resemblance. Where are the decodes? What are the clues? Where are the dots connecting here? Now, I'll admit some of the photos are quite compelling, and we'll look at some. But where are the other proofs? From tweets to press conferences to rallies to Q drops. I'm looking for more evidence. My belief in the Vincent Fusca theory, for example, stems from a combination of the above, rather than facial recognition alone. But it could be that it's just not an area that I'm good at. Another type of comment is we are putting JFK Jr. in danger. Why are y'all trying to expose him if you know he doesn't want to be found? Who says he doesn't want to be found? Did anyone perhaps think that maybe he does not want to be identified? He has chosen to stay undercover. Why blow his cover and perhaps put him in danger? We believe he is coming out now, slowly. Why are you trying to blow his cover? Many believe that he is slowly coming out of hiding.
Okay, we get the fucking idea, you fucking bint. Jesus Christ, she's so annoying. Rather than fucking make your own content, I know what I'll do is I'll go through the WhatsApp and read everybody's comments. No, use your own fucking brain. I'm sorry, this bitch is so infuriating. She's got more subscribers than us though. Fuck me. So annoying.
I recommend studying Kelly Ann Hubb's.
Fuck off. Right, now that's enough. I'm not, no. Fucking Fucking idiot. JFK Jr. looks exactly like him. Vincent Fusca at Trump. Jennifer Mack again. It's just all Jennifer Mack. Fuck off. Another Jennifer Mack. QAnon Internet Group says Trump rally in Florida now. Blah 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 blah. Jennifer Mack. Why is it all Jennifer Mack? This bitch. She's a fucking moron. How has she got this much real estate on the search results? It's usually BBC and Sky News, but this Jennifer Mack must be sucking the devil's dick. Unbelievable fucking shit. Oh, that's the, what's it called? Oh, JR visited a famous design house. There's nothing on this. Vincent Fusca, JFK Jr. overlaid. QAnon spots Vincent Fusca. Right. Who is Vincent Fusca? Do you know what I mean? If there was this much surrounding him, you'd think that there'd be a bit more information.
The way Barry Goldwater and Jack Kennedy agreed to do before the intervention of the tragedy at Dallas. Before the intervention of the tragedy at Dallas.
If you don't like me working with President Trump to make the world a better place, I don't give a shit.
How's it going? Back again. Didn't think I'd be back here, but apparently our clown boy, Vincent Fusca. Just so you know, I had a series on him. Myself and True Seeker and a couple others, we banded together to find his name, and that we did. You can find that playlist right here. If you go to my site, just like home, videos. You just go to playlist. It's going to be right here. Play all. And if you want to know any more, I think we did a pretty fantastic job.
Who is
some other things that are left out.
Let's have a look. Come on then. All right. Yeah. Fair enough, mate. Brilliant. Okay. Playlist. Who is JFK? Playlist. Well more videos now. Video unavailable. Video has been removed by the user. Look at all these deleted videos. Holy shit. He's deleted a load of fucking videos. What's that about?
How's it going, YouTube? Corticon back again. Today is July 24th. Very interesting essay. Even more by the fact that it says from sea to Shaanxi. But unfortunately, not today. We will very soon get into all these cute little...
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something unorthodox here. I'm going to go on the Discord, right, with the rest of you guys. I'm going to go in PA. This is the soapbox Discord. These are all American hardcore Q conspiracists that follow Q. I'm going to ask them straight up if JFK Jr. is alive.
She just has to go on dust. Sometimes she actually goes and checks on their animals. Their animals are like in
I've got I don't know if I'm interrupting anything. Can I just ask a question really quick? Right, so doing the podcast and digging through things as you do on the podcast, is JFK Jr. still alive?
And the grenade man pulls another pin.
Oh God!
And you know how to hit the hot buttons, my friend. Holy moly!
Where y'all posting?
I don't really know. We used to get into that dynamite debate every once in a while around here, but I think we've all come to the conclusion that it's really not an important subject. If he is, it is. It's great. Let's have a party, break open, the T-bone steaks, and party up. If he's not, it looks like they surely do devote a lot of what they do to him and his father. So it's kind of a win-win, but I don't really think there's enough evidence for us to know. And
yeah.
We never really dug into it much in the last probably 6 months or so now.
Have you heard the United States is going to invade Britain?
What?
Yeah, you better watch out. We're storming the beaches. Get ready. We're taking over. None of this bull crap. You guys can't even handle your own borders, so we're coming to take you down.
It's Friday here.
Yeah. I'll bake a cake.
I don't know. Yeah.
You got any preference with flavour?
Do you have any defenses at all?
My defence is just cake. Lots of pastries. We'll just throw them at you as you hit the beachhead. Hopefully you gain it. Hopefully.
Butter knives. Better get some more butter knives.
Hopefully, you gain enough calories before you actually reach the streets, and then you're too slow to catch us. All right, I've got to get off anyway.
We're Americans. We're all too slow, anyways. We're Americans.
Okay, I'll catch you later. I'll be on later, guys.
There'll be bluebirds over the White Cliffs of Dover.
Okay, that'll do for that, guys. All right, so that's the American Discord. It's not as fucking crazy as that usually, but like you said, it's Friday, so yeah, they're even undecided on it with the whole JFK Jr. thing, and I think he summed it up pretty well. It doesn't really matter if he is or he isn't. Those guys concentrate on the facts of what's going on, you know, and it's not really relevant. But yeah, pretty good. They're very welcoming as well. If any of you guys ever think about going on there, it's the Soapbox, the 24/7Q, for 24/7Q stream that they run. It's brilliant. I've actually been on there. It's really good. Fuck me, unbelievable though. What I really want to know is whose side are we on? Tommy's just raised so many questions though with the whole Nigel Farage being friends with Trump. Oh my god. I mean, those guys die hard support Trump. I mean, I've dug and so have those guys. There's nothing really bad on Trump. You know what I mean? He's a pretty clean guy. JFK Jr. So yeah, the JFK gravesite anyway. And JFK himself being shot in the head for speaking the truth. He was wanting to take down the Federal Reserve and everything. I mean, they pretty much stopped him doing it. I mean, they shot him. I mean, that works out, right?
And killed his family.
They what?
Then killed his family.
Did they?
Probably.
Seems like it does go down a bit of a spiral in terms of family members being dead. What's this link? So Tinfoil Hat has sent a link here. What is this? Can you watch a rare interview with JFK Jr. clearly states he is Q 28 years ago. Let's have a look. This is very interesting.
John F. Kennedy Jr., he is the mastermind. He and his co-founder and executive publisher, Michael J. Berman, of this extraordinary magazine, George, which is a hoot of a magazine. I thought you were a lawyer. I was. What happened?
Well, we decided, actually taking cue from
Can you hear it now, maybe? So that, boom, there we go.
Probably more interested in this gentleman than any other person in this country. Good thinking. John F. Kennedy Jr., he is the mastermind. He and his co-founder and executive publisher, Michael J. Berman, of this extraordinary magazine, George, which is a hoot of a magazine. I thought you were a lawyer.
I was.
What happened?
Well, we
We decided, I mean, actually taking a cue from
Well, come on, don't.
from folks like yourself and you around the 1992 election that there was an opportunity here to change the definition of a political magazine.
Taking cue as in like taking like on cue. That doesn't mean anything. Come on.
Certainly the way Americans were accessing information about politics and politicians was changing. Candidates were appearing on late-night talk shows, on talk radio, on sitcoms, and there was a kind of a leveling process, and while the rest of media clearly had caught up with that, we felt that political magazines per se hadn't. And so while you had all this interest on it that you could really could point to with statistics and facts, we thought, well, here's an opportunity to do a different kind of political magazine.
Didn't you want to be a lawyer?
I was a lawyer for 7 years. Well, 3 in law school and 4 in the DA's office.
You were a DA. By the way, how did the DA do in the Simpson trial, do you think, in this wind-up?
I think the DA did very well.
Darden and Marshall?
I think so. It's obviously a case, enormous scrutiny and a huge challenge, but I think that they did very well.
And Cochran, impressive?
Absolutely, from day one.
Okay, would he be a tough adversary if you were back in the old? I'm glad you're not, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, you're a prosecutor. You're on your way. Legal runs through your whole family. Uncle Attorney General.
It became clear that...
What's the description say? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Q bombshell. No, I don't know about that video, to be honest, guys. What's this one here? It's quite sparse. There's another link here that I missed that you posted before, Kirsty. It's going to gaming for some reason, which is odd. Donald Trump interview on Larry King Live, October. Yeah.
Let's touch a lot of bases. The first thing we keep hearing is you're going to announce in January, right? Or make some sort of decision by January.
Well, I'm going to announce whether or not I decide to run or whatever.
What are you doing
I haven't made
now?
that. I mean, all that's happening now is people are coming out with polls. It was sort of interesting. The one sort of negative poll I had was on Newsweek, and they put me on the cover. So I said, how could you write a poll? How could you do a poll like this? And I'm on the cover of Newsweek. And, you know, it was just one of those things. But the polls have been unbelievable. So I am going to form a presidential exploratory committee. I might as well announce it on your show. Everyone else does. But I'll be forming that and effective, I believe, tomorrow. And we'll see. I mean, we're going to take a very good, strong look at it.
Well, that's true. So most people who form exploratory committees, that's that major step toward going.
Well, it's a step.
Can you say it's a major step?
I don't think I can say it's a major step. I'm looking at it very seriously. I have a lot to lose, Larry. I mean, I'm the biggest developer in New York by far. I'm doing more, as you know, from being here a lot. I mean, I'm doing more than I'm building 90-story buildings all over the place. And we're just doing a lot, and we're doing great. The city's the hottest city, and I'm the biggest developer in the hottest city in the world right now. Other guys, you know, they run. Pat Buchanan, what is he, you know, he's not giving up anything. What's he doing? And politicians, when they run from one office to another. It's the same thing. They, you know, answer different calls. I'm giving up a lot if I decide to run. So we're going to look at it. We're going to explore it. We're doing the committee, and we'll see how it comes out.
And the committee's going to look into all areas, talk to people, financing.
But really, the big thing they're going to look at is can you win? Can a reform...
Someone's put here, interesting how JFK wrote him a note 3 days after his plane crash that took his life. Interesting, very interesting. Letter from JFK Jr. It begins at 36:55. Okay.
Back with our remaining moments with Donald Trump on this rather historic night, the announcement of a presidential exploratory committee. This letter that you got from JFK, August 19th, July 19th, 99. Your father passed away when,
right.
in July?
JFK Jr., that's exactly correct. He just, I mean, it must have been the last thing, one of the last things he did. He was a great guy. He was a friend of mine.
Dear Donald, I read over the weekend of your father's passing, and I just wanted to drop you a note. No matter where you are in life, losing a parent changes you. I know you had an active relationship, and I hope you'll get ample time to reflect. He sounds like a fascinating man from what I read in the Times. I like that he would go over his
various.
That's raw. That's raw right there. Stopping and reading it. That's unscripted. That's raw. That's so natural. That's so natural. That's raw. That's raw. Okay, this is good. This letter's good. What does it say?
From what I read in the Times. I like that he would go over his
various
work sites and pick up stray nails and returned them. And clearly, he never lost his perspective. My condolences to you and your family. Sincerely, John Kennedy.
This was a tragedy that he died because he had so much going. He was a fabulous guy. I mean, he was really, truly a handsome, wonderful, great, bright guy.
Is that line correct? No matter where you are in life, losing a parent changes you.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough.
Did
My father
losing
was
your
special.
father change
well,
you?
he taught me so much. He was just a special guy. He was, you know, he was a firm guy, but just a special guy.
He built homes where I grew up.
He
That's
built
where
homes in
started
Brooklyn. He
Bensonhurst.
started in Brooklyn. He was so
Trump
happy.
Homes.
He said, "Don't go to Manhattan. It's too tough. It's too tough." But you know, he was just
What
a
would he
spectacular
think
guy.
of this presidential possibility?
Well, he was really my biggest fan. I mean, he was, of everybody, there was nobody that was a fan of it. You know, a lot of parents are jealous if the son goes out and does something
Better than
more.
the father. In the
I've
same
seen it. I
business.
see it oftentimes where they have fights because of the sons and the fathers and the son. My father was my biggest fan, and anything I wanted to do, he just loved it. He was terrific. You know, he never went to Manhattan. He never wanted to go into Manhattan real estate because to him the land was too expensive. You know, in Brooklyn you buy it for $1 a foot, and in Manhattan you pay $10,000 a foot. Forget it. It's the same land. But it was just a different thinking. But he was really proud.
Slips
When
up
I
as
did
well
these
on
big
dates.
jobs
Might
in
have
Manhattan, they worked out
skipped
so
through it as it's
incredibly
over.
well. He was just proud of me. So he would have been. He would have been the first one that would have said, "Boy, this is great."
Thus far, Perot has stayed out of it. If you were the nominee of the party, if you run it with a nominee, would you expect both Perot, Ventura to support you?
Well, I'd like that. I mean, I respect them both. Jesse is a spectacular guy, and as I said, Ross Perot has really left a great legacy in having created a third party, and a very viable third party.
This committee was going to look into a lot of things. You seem primed. You seem ready. It got to be this momentous for you. I mean, seemingly out of nowhere.
Well,
despite the jokes, I mean, we're not kidding.
Someone's commented 3720. Oh my goodness, take a look at Donald's glance sideways. It's like he's saying, does he believe me? 3720. Let's go 3720. It's just 3720. 3717.
He just, I mean, it must have been the last thing, one of the last things he did. He was a great guy. He was a friend of mine.
Dear Donald, I read over the weekend of your father's passing, and I just wanted to drop you a note. No matter where you are in life, losing a parent change.
Last things he did. He was a great guy. He was a friend of mine.
Dear Donald, I read over the weekend of your father's passing, and I just wanted to drop you a note. No matter where you are in life, losing a parent changes you. I know you had an active relationship, and I hope you'll get ample time to reflect. He sounds like a fascinating man from what I read in the Times. I like that he would go over his
various
work sites and pick up stray nails and returned them. And clearly, he never lost his perspective. My condolences to you and your family. Sincerely, John Kennedy.
This was a tragedy that he died.
So yeah, unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. What do you think, Chris? Do you think he's alive?
Nah. It's interesting, isn't it?
In spirit.
Mm.
It's further on
Possibly.
about the dates and the delay on comments.
Look, his family obviously know things.
It's further on about the
Yeah.
dates. Have I missed the dates here? Have I missed the dates? Let's have a look.
So I reckon it's Trump's handed down some knowledge.
The dates is further on. It's further on about the dates. Delay on the comments. He speaks more about JFK Jr. like afterwards. Okay, I'm getting it back up. There we go. Pick up where we left off. That's great.
August 19th. From what I read in the Times, he never lost his perspective. No matter where you are in life.
Happy.
Homes.
He said, don't go to Manhattan, it's too tough, it's too tough. But, you know, he was just
What
a
would he
spectacular
think
guy.
of this presidential possibility?
Well, he was really my biggest fan. I mean, he was, of everybody, there was nobody that was a fan of it. You know, a lot of parents are jealous if the son goes out and does something
Better
more.
than the father. In the
I've
same
seen it. I
business.
see it oftentimes where they have fights because of the sons and the fathers and the son. My father was my biggest fan, and anything I wanted to do, he just loved it. He was terrific. You know, he never went to Manhattan. He never wanted to go into Manhattan real estate because to him the land was too expensive. You know, in Brooklyn you buy it for $1 a foot, and in Manhattan you pay $10,000 a foot. Forget it, it's the same land. But it was just a different thinking. But he was really proud. When I did these big jobs in Manhattan, they worked out so incredibly well. He was just proud of me. So he would have been, he would have been the first one that would have said, boy, this is great.
Thus far, Perot has stayed out of it. If you were the nominee of the party, if you run it with a nominee, would you expect both Perot, Ventura to support you?
Well, I'd like that. I mean, I respect them both. Jesse is a spectacular guy, and as I said, Ross Perot has really left a great legacy in having created a third party, and a very viable third party.
This committee was going to look into a lot of things. You seem primed, you seem ready. It got to be this momentous feat.
Oh, shit.
You. I mean, seemingly out of nowhere.
Well,
despite the jokes, I mean, we're not kidding here.
Well,
this is
we
the
get
future of, you know.
Yeah, the polls have come out so incredibly well, and again, that's why.
Although
that's
you had a
why
bad
it
one
happened.
today, though, didn't you?
Well, no, they had a little bit of bad one in Newsweek, but they put me on the cover of Newsweek. It's the craziest deal. But I mean, the polls, generally speaking, National Enquirer did a poll that's unbelievable. That says I win, that you beat everybody, and I'm trying to figure out. You know, I haven't even started campaigning yet. Now, maybe when I start campaigning, I'll do worse. Perhaps I shouldn't campaign at all. I'll just, you know,
stay away.
I'll ride it right into the White House.
Thanks, Donald.
Thank you very much.
Donald Trump on this edition of Larry King Live.
Oh, he doesn't say anything about the date, so it doesn't speak more about Junior. Oh, shit. Yeah, I watched it. That's it. That's the last of it. Yeah, I went to the letter. They had the letter, and then if you're here for the letter from JFK Jr., it begins at 36:55. Thanks, Karen. See if there's any more timestamps in the comments. That look on his face says he's still alive. Check 37:52. As King reads the part of the letter when JFK Jr. comments on how Trump's dad would pick up nails at construction sites and never lost perspective, hint hint. He then continues to smile without a hint of sadness while reminiscing about his friends who had supposedly passed tragically young just 3 months earlier. That was definitely a knowing smile, aka Duper's delight. Enjoy the show. Yeah. For one thing, I'm not in love with Adolf Hitler. That's hilarious. Did he really say that? It's a bit shit that it reloads the entire video. This gaming YouTube is a bit crap.
By the end of this month, and you with an exploratory committee now with an announcement.
Let's go off the gaming site. It's fucking tragic. Every time I click a timestamp, it takes me off the fucking thing. An error occurred. Well, it shouldn't do. There we go.
Make some announcement by the end of this month, and you with an exploratory committee now with an announcement. If it is you versus him, what would be the primary issues to the Reform Party voter?
Well, for one thing, I'm not in love with Adolf Hitler. Okay, that's a pretty big difference right there. I think you could probably run your campaign on that. I mean,
You say you didn't like Hitler?
No,
You didn't like him?
I didn't like him,
Okay.
and what I'm saying is that this guy's obviously enamored with him, and it's ridiculous. I mean, what he's saying,
Would
Hitler would have never attacked
Hitler's
us.
going to be an issue.
Hitler would have gone a different direction.
Hitler
He
would
wouldn't
be
have
an
attacked
issue.
us. I think it's the dumbest thing I've ever read. I don't get it.
It would be an issue. You bring
Well,
it
I
up.
think Hitler has to be an issue. Certainly, it's got to be an issue for some people. I mean, I can tell you one thing: he's not going to raise a lot of money from Jewish folks in New York City. I mean, the
Would
guy,
you debate him?
Yeah, I'd debate him. I'd debate him. If it.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Type in search of YouTube. Trump talks about JFK Jr. Jeez Louise. I don't know if he's still alive though. He may be. I think he's definitely alive in spirit. I definitely think there's been a plan ever since JFK died. I think JFK was the start of a plan, and it was continued from his grave, from both his kids and friends, and a lot of people was involved. I believe that. Trump talks about JFK Jr. JFK Jr. and Trump. Well, it's got the CNN thing that we just watched. Trump and JFK Jr. the plan to free the world with truth. That looks fucking crazy, though.
It's 2:30. 2:30.
When 14th of January 2019, right. Dubai, United Emirates, Jebel Ali, Dubai, United Emirates. The Patriot Hour, 2000 Middle East deployment footage. Trump and JFK Jr. a plan to free the world with truth.
The old Navy days. Yeah, there I am. My name is Michael, and yes, I was in the United States Navy. Some of the best times of my life. And this will, without a doubt, go down as one of the greatest pleasures of my life. Serving with some of the finest men and women in the world. Some of these people are some of my nearest and dearest, best friends I've ever made to this day. God bless and Godspeed to each and every one of you. I can talk about this forever. Swimming and jet skiing in the Persian Gulf. Some of the most saltiest body of water on the planet. Most shark infested. With an average temperature of like 75 or 78 degrees year round.
Can't see you, dude.
Didn't realize I didn't have it open. Sorry.
During my time aboard the USS George Washington, we took part in many different events. Notably, the day after September 11th, on September 12th, we pulled in just off of Coney Island and provided air support for the city. This would become to be known as Operation Noble Eagle. Now, notably, 11 months before this event, we had the USS Cole get bombed. That was part of our battle group. So I guess it should be noted here that the Cole got bombed first. 11 months later, we were involved with the September 11th. But before both of those, in '99, July 16th, 1999 to be exact, approximately 7.5 miles west of Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts, a Piper Saratoga piloted by John F. Kennedy Jr. with passengers Carolyn Bissett and her sister Lauren plunged into the Atlantic Ocean, supposedly, off Martha's Vineyard on what was a short flight from Fairfield, New Jersey, in order to make a family wedding the following day. Now again, this is the official narrative. Now before we get started here, I had mentioned earlier I was in the Navy, and by no doubt that would go down as one of the greatest pleasures of my life. And another one, without any doubt, will be the Patriot Hour. Now, I get thousands of emails a week thousands of comments underneath the videos from some of the greatest patriots around this.
The Patriot Hour is like a is kind of like an offspring of the Soapbox support him. You know, the 24-hour queue support Patriot Hour.
Planet. Now, it's very clear that these people are genuine, they care, and they just want to see a better world. Which brings me to where we're at. Now, to understand this story, we need to go back a little bit. We need to just do a quick refresh of...
I think it's awesome we've been talking about, and we found this video of this guy who's not only from the Navy and been there on ground zero at 9/11, you know what I mean, and been in the military inside telling us information. He's also now running a channel that supports Q that's also popular, more popular than the Soapbox, and actually is fucking going to explain it all to us. So I'm going to watch the entire thing. This guy's voice, yeah, it's very, very dreamy. Fuck me. No homo. Yeah, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna be watching this anyway because this guy seems like he explains it all pretty well.
Everything to bring us up to par. That way, we're all on the same playing field and understand things the way that possibly they are even meant to be understood. Now, to get in the mindset of this, you would have to put yourself as a small child, and your father gets assassinated while he's president. And then a few years after that, you have your uncle get assassinated, another political figure. Now, I suppose most people think that JFK Jr., from the day that he saluted his father's casket at just the age of 3 years old, to the evening his plane went down, he just went on about his business, playing the game of life like we all do so well. After all, he did live, in the most part, a relatively ordinary life, in spite of being called the Prince of America's Camelot. So what do you suppose was going on in the mind of JFK Jr.? He could have written his own political ticket, yet he went into publishing. Now, many expected him to land in politics, and most likely were a bit perplexed when he decided to publish a magazine instead. Now, some might have thought he was afraid to go into politics because of the Kennedy curse. However, nothing could be further from the truth. What he ended up doing...
On July 17th, 1999, Sasha got an early morning call that John's plane was missing. Quotations, "We desperately hoped for a few hours that they might be found, but then their bags washed ashore. All hope was lost."
Proved to be more dangerous than any political arena. He knew that from the start, but John had a mission, and that mission was to expose those who orchestrated that dastardly act upon his father. Unbeknownst to the public, John was digging really deep for the proof. And how else could he expose the truth when all the media outlets were controlled by the very cabal he planned to expose? Enter George. When he presented his magazine George to the world, he was, for all practical purposes, some claim, signing his own death warrant.
Yes.
Now, the magazine George was a valid threat in a symbolic sort of way at first. Do you see how many men named George come to your mind?
Washington.
As just the thought of a President John F. Kennedy's assassination. Now, the cabal wanted his father dead.
Inaugural issue.
Pretty much a fact. But the namesake of John F. Kennedy Jr.'s magazine, their minion, arranged it. And John, once he had all the proof that he needed, the truth would come out in his very own magazine. Do you understand this picture now? We all know President John F. Kennedy understood the predatory nature of the private central banking system. He understood why Andrew Jackson fought so hard to end the second bank of the United States. So Kennedy wrote and signed Executive Order 11110. which ordered the U.S. Treasury to issue a new public currency, the United States note.
Kennedy Bill, and then he was shot, man. Fuck me.
Now this is an unfortunate story. You have a young man who knows his dad was assassinated, and then an uncle, and every year around a certain time on the anniversary date of his father, the shows would air. You have people that have given up their life to investigate John F. Kennedy. Why wouldn't your own son? He was probably curious, wanted to get to the bottom of it, and his determination, getting into the journalistic aspects, getting a magazine, and then finally getting into the political realm. There was rumor that John had obtained the proof he needed for an expose, and it was in the works until his untimely and most suspicious death. Now, of course, the media campaigned that he was an irresponsible thrill seeker, but then they would, now wouldn't they? Now, although many people knew JFK Jr., that he was murdered, and they were right about who was responsible, they were just wrong about the reason. Now, John Jr. was warned by his family members about the risk involved in this pursuit, his pursuit of truth, but he was determined to get justice for his father and bring truth to the light, exposing the darkness that shrouds our planet. So I beg you to ask yourself, what would you do if you were a mere baby when your father, who just happened to be the most important man in the country at the time, was murdered in such a gruesome manner, and you never had the opportunity to know him? Would you just let it go? Now this is very important to mention. Q Post 1082. POTUS and JFK Jr. Relationship. Plane crash 1999. HRC Senate 2000. The start. Enjoy the show. Q. Now this is where the story splits. Some believe that John F. Kennedy Jr., John, faked his own death and went into hiding to expose. Others believe he did die.
And that would make sense. That would make so much sense, faking your own death in order to protect yourself, because it was clearly getting hot under the press, right? Because to say that the people that he's dealing with are the same ones that killed his dad, killed his uncle, and tried to silence all this, the idea that you would fake your own death because you've got the money and the means and the know-how to do so. I know people that have done it for fucking, you know, other means, right? But Jesus Christ, like, it'd be more than easy enough to do it, so it makes sense.
This is where the other part of the story comes in. Now we know JFK Jr. and Donald Trump were friends. Now to the level of their friendship, that remains to be uncovered. Some say surfaceable, some say very deep. And if they were friends, like we are led to believe, and they had conversations, now to the level of their friendship, that remains to be
Has he made like a video editing error there?
Some say surfaceable, some say very deep. And if they were friends, like we are led to believe, and they had...
Yeah, he's fucked his video up there.
Had conversations, it's probably safe to assume they had conversations about John F. Kennedy's murder, Robert F. Kennedy's murder. I mean, Trump is no skeptic to some of the conspiracies. He's actually on the record in many different ways disputing them or questioning them. Some might even say predicting them. Let's take a look.
Donald Trump is on the line. We know him as the man behind lots of real estate in Manhattan. And of course, Donald, I understand you were actually a witness to what happened this morning.
Well, I have a window that looks directly at the World Trade
I'll just turn that down. Fucking hell, I can't fucking hear it.
Center, and I saw
Man behind lots of real estate in Manhattan. And of course, Donald, I understand you were actually a witness to what happened this morning.
Well, I have a window that looks directly at the World Trade Center, and I saw this huge explosion. I was with a group of people, and I really couldn't even believe it. And even, I think, worse than that, for years I've looked right directly at the building. I'd see the Empire State Building in the foreground and the World Trade Center in the background, and now I'm looking at absolutely nothing. It's just gone, and it's just hard to believe. Well, it was an architectural defect. You know, the World Trade Center was always known as a very, very strong building. Don't forget, that took a big bomb in the basement. Now, the basement is the most vulnerable place because that's your foundation, and it withstood that. And I got to see that area about 3 or 4 days after it took place because one of my structural engineers...
Are you saying something there, Chris?
No, at all, no.
Oh, it's just background noise, mate. I just can't tell if you're talking. Oh, that should be fine.
Actually took me for a tour because he did the building. And I said, I can't believe it. The building was standing solid and half of the columns were blown out. I mean, so this was an unbelievably powerful building. If you know anything about structure, it was one of the first buildings that was built from the outside. The steel, the reason the World Trade Center had such narrow windows is that in between all the windows, you had the steel on the outside. So you had the steel on the outside of the building. That's why when I first looked, and you had big, heavy I-beams, when I first looked at it, I couldn't believe it because there was a hole in the steel. And this is steel that was, you remember the width of the windows in the World Trade Center, folks. I think you know, if you were ever up there, they were quite narrow. And in between was this heavy steel. I said, how could a plane, even a 767 or 747 or whatever it might have been, how could it possibly go through the steel? I happen to think that they had not only a plane, but they had bombs that exploded almost simultaneously, because I just can't imagine anything being able to go through that wall. Most buildings are built with the steel is on the inside around the elevator shaft. This one was built from the outside, which is the strongest structure you can have, and it was almost just like a can of soup.
You know, Donald, we were looking at pictures all morning long of that plane coming into building number 2, and when you see that approach the far side, and then all of a sudden, within a matter of a millisecond, the explosion pops out the other side.
Right. I just think that it was a plane with more than just fuel. I think, obviously, they were very big planes. They were going very rapidly, because I was also watching where the plane seemed to be not only going fast, it seemed to be coming down into the building. So it was getting the speed from going downhill, so to speak. It just seemed to me that to do that kind of destruction is even more than a big plane, because you're talking about taking out steel, the heaviest caliber steel that was used on a building. I mean, these buildings were rock solid. And, you know, it's just an amazing thing. This country is different today, and it's going to be different than it ever was for many years to come.
Very profound statement and very true.
BuzzFeed dug up an old quote from Donald Trump talking about a large-scale terror attack 19 months before 9/11. In his 2000 book, The America We Deserve, Trump wrote, "I really am convinced we're in danger of the sort of terrorist attacks that will make the bombing of the 1993 Trade Center look like little kids playing with firecrackers." Trump also mentioned the mastermind of the attack, writing, quote, "One day, we're told that a shadowy figure with no fixed address named Osama bin Laden is public enemy #1, and U.S. jet fighters lay waste to his camp in Afghanistan. He escapes back under some rock, and a few news cycles later, it's on to a new enemy and a new crisis."
See, he's not... I mean, he's basically saying there that it's a fucking bunch of shit. He's basically saying there, it's a bunch of shit. Don't know why you guys are believing it. This is just typical fucking pantomime shit. That's basically what he's saying.
Trump.
Wait.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, hold on a second.
Mhm.
Is this really Trump before 9/11? Have you read this?
It's 2000 in his book.
Are we making that? Somebody, did you make
Nick.
this up, Mika?
Nick.
I did.
Did you make this up?
Yeah,
Nick,
exactly.
tell us it's over, right? Because
Will
you're
you
wrong
stop?
about everything.
Mika, stop. God.
I don't think it's over.
What's
I
that?
think
What's the
Trump and
rage here? Will you stop
No,
picking
it's
on
cute.
him?
I think it's cute.
Well,
go for it.
no, really quickly though. I mean, so Willie, that was
2000.
2000.
In a book he wrote in the year 2000.
Well, it was published in 2000. He could have written it in 1999 for all we know.
Exactly. He might have
But
been
he-
a bit more precious.
So he basically predicted the attacks from Osama bin Laden.
It's good enough for the state of Hawaii and the State Department.
Okay.
U.S. State Department recognizes these as legitimately.
It's not a birth certificate, Candy, and people are trying to figure out why isn't he giving his birth certificate. It's not a birth certificate. A certificate of live birth, and you can see that one that you have and the one that I brought you, because that's the one that's on the internet and all over the place. It doesn't even have a serial number. It doesn't have a signature. It doesn't have a signature. One that I saw on television has a stamp, but that's not a
Because it's
signature.
right, but that's how they
Excuse
do
me, but
these.
that's not the one that they were showing to everybody. And I just say very simply, why doesn't he show his birth certificate? Why has he spent over $2 million in legal fees to keep this quiet and to keep this silent? When I listened today to the tape of the grand...
It's so amazing we've got a guy like Donald Trump who asks these pivotal questions. They're on CNN. They're on CNN saying these things. And you can even see the reporter like, trying to shut him down. What a bitch.
Mother. And she was saying he was born essentially in Kenya, and then all of a sudden, don't forget, this is when Barack Obama was hot as a pistol because it looked like he was going to get the nomination, and they had a lot of people, a lot of handlers in there, and all of a sudden you hear people all over the room, no, he was born in Hawaii, he was born in Hawaii. But she didn't
But they
say
said it was
that.
a misinterpretation.
Excuse me, they
of that.
drowned her out. She was like, there were a lot of people in that room, and she said, Kenya, he was born right here, and then they started saying, screaming, no, you mean Hawaii, you mean Hawaii. There's a lot of crazy things.
His political advantage in this campaign, claiming those billions mean he can't be bought by special interests, Wall Street, or corporate America's lobbyists.
Oh, yeah.
Not only that, once dismissed by the elites of both parties and leftist mainstream media, he is now a full-on threat to the American establishment.
Oh, yeah.
Whether political,
And he got
business,
in.
media, or academia. The orthodoxies, the status quo, they hate him.
In my former life, I was an insider as much as anybody else. And I knew
He speaks
what
truth.
it's like, and I still know.
He speaks truth, man. Chris, you cannot knock this guy. He fucking goes up there and he puts his fucking heart on the cross, mate. This guy is the shit. This guy is the fucking shit.
I can't knock him.
He's fucking... Honestly, saying that, if you're fucking... Like, oh, mate. I don't know who this fucking like Patriot guy is, mate, but I've heard of him. I've even heard of this guy before I even came across this video, and only realised when he mentioned it in the video and I scrolled down that it was that guy that's made it. But now I know why this YouTube is so fucking good. I'll even shout this guy out and probably share his YouTube channel in the WhatsApp if any of you guys want to. His channel name is The Patriot Hour. I've subscribed to him on this. I'm going to turn the notifications on for that as well. The Patriot Hour. Very good, very good. Alright, let's play the rest of it. Unbelievable. What a video.
What it's like to be an insider. It's not bad. It's not bad. Now I'm being punished for leaving the special club and revealing to you the terrible things that are going on having to do with our country.
So you can see that Trump is experienced. He's a former insider. He has all the ties. He had all the money. And he had tons of power. With those kinds of resources, you can pretty much find out anything you want. Now this is where it gets a little murky and there's a lot of opinion. There are sources out on the internet for some of it, but again, nothing can really be verified. Now, did John F. Kennedy Jr. die that day, or did he fake his own death and go into hiding after discovering some kind of bomb-type device on his plane and knowing that if he came out in the news that he found a bomb, then they'd just be another attempt at another date in the future. They'd never go away. And was Trump working with him at the time, listening to John and all of his theories and really intrigued himself? Did Trump take over the helm if JFK Jr. did die? This is where it all gets murky and you really can't get any fact. You can only speculate. But one thing is true, that Trump is definitely up to something. Now, according to many different investigative reports, Trump was approached several years ago by a group of patriotic generals, and he was recruited by military intelligence to run in the 2016 presidential election. He was going to help remove the corrupt deep state officials from their positions of power and expose all the corruption of these officials involved in a history of treasonous actions against the U.S. Republic. So military intelligence got with Trump. Trump agreed he would run. They agreed that if he would run, they would conduct their coup d'etat as a legitimate process, rooting out all the traitors within our U.S. government. And then in doing so, help fix a lot of the problems in the world today.
May I add, without firing a single shot, fuck me. And this just makes you think if they've gotten this, look at all these generals, and oh my god, look at all these guys here around him. Oh yeah. Very good.
Does Trump know things? Is Trump doing the right thing? I guess only time can tell. We're following along closely to the full picture. If you start listening to his speeches, even the ones in the past, you hear him use words like "we the people," take power away from DC and give it back to you, the people. Just look no further than to his tweets. He talks about the Fed Reserve, the power they have and they shouldn't, and we need to give it back to the people. These are dangerous words amongst the secret society members, those that have control, the Luciferian agenda. I guess I can say this much. For all of you out there, for everybody that studied the New World Order, the whole system.
China, the European Union, and I saw European Union, I thought I've got to read this out before it goes off. China, the European Union, and others have been manipulating their currencies and interest rates lower, while the US is raising rates, while the dollars get stronger and stronger with each passing day, taking away our big competitive edge as usual. Not a level playing field.
That's entrenched in that. We think we figured it all out. We knew it all. And what we hoped for was an outsider to come in, somebody that wasn't part of the political realm, the system. And we might have that for the very first time in a really long time. A former insider, somebody that knew all the tricks because he used to pull them. Somebody that can be like a virus from the inside out. Because this, my friends, is what it would take. The story goes he was put down the QAnon path several years ago. Similar to what we're getting is like a 2.0 version. Trump learned it all, dialed it in, and they have all the safeguards in place. Now again, time will tell. We're going to keep following this story. I hope you will join us. Again, I'm Michael. This is a Patriot Hour. God bless, Godspeed to each and every one of you worldwide. Where we go one, we go all.
That's it. Beautiful, beautiful.
Wow. So it's a good cabal fight in a bad cabal.
That's unbelievable. I fucking, it's amazing watching that. That really did sum up the JFK thing, and also it puts things in perspective and reaffirms, you know, what we've been talking about. And again, I gotta say, support Trump, support Q, like I was saying earlier, man. It's deep. I can't see any negative with any of that. I know the people that are involved in deciphering this, the research. Is there another video to that? Probably. JFK, the truth.
I don't think I can start that much longer. Batteries are draining.
I think I'm going to get off to be honest. It's 11:10. I'll try and find a documentary, to be honest, with this guy, because I bet this guy's got a good doc. I'll be watching it on my. I'll be watching my stream on my phone in the living room though. Yeah, it was really good. It was interesting. I'll still be able to talk during the stream though, because I'm actually on Skype on my phone. Let's see what he's got on his channel. Patriot Hour. So this is the Patriot Hour. Go look at his videos. See what videos he's got. So we've got the lengths coming up. 4 minutes, 12 minutes, 4 minutes. 1 hour 54, the Patriot Hour, Thursday night trash talk. So he does this Patriot Hour, Thursday night trash talk. So he does these like little podcasts, kind of like ours, but a million times better. 6 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour. It is a fight of good and evil, light versus dark, 3 weeks ago, 1 hour long. What's this? Is it a doc or is it a podcast? What is this? Premiered.
And Democrats. To my good friend from New York, I think Mueller is just about done.
It's a podcast. I don't want to play a podcast on a podcast, but I don't mind ending on a documentary. I don't know what this guy has. Does he have anything decent? I said Bush says he's in. This could be just another podcast though. Love how his are an hour long, but we always go over by like 2 hours. Fucking 5 million hours.
To grab a banana, and trust me.
So Representative AOC is facing.
Yeah, he does a lot of videos, but it's like if you've got a playlist, he's got the playlist, right? Patriot Hour, Patriot Hour, Patriot Hour, web work, the Patriot Hour, message videos, Patriot Hour, QAnon clearance series, web work. Oh god, I don't know. It's very difficult to sum up. All kinds of videos though. What have we got? If I wonder if there's a Q documentary. So we're ending on Q here with the whole thing. QAnon for beginners. Oh, I've seen that. The Storm is Here. Deep State Exposed documentary. Deep State Exposed. See what are the ratings in the comments before I even get into this. Delete Netflix. Delete Netflix. Hashtag delete Netflix. Jesus Christ, the storm is here.
You pass my tobacco, Joe.
Shooting off that missile, hell yeah, you've got a deep state. Does this guy talk about it? This is
American citizens in direct contravention of the CIA's own prohibitions against operating domestically. If new software and technology is being brought to market by companies with In-Q-Tel advisors on their boards, what faith can anyone purchasing American technologies have that their software and hardware is not designed with CIA backdoor?
Oh God, no! I don't like that. Don't see an unacknowledged documentary Q&A. That was a really good one that I played. That unacknowledged documentary. I've already played it though. Desmond, and it'll probably get copyrighted if I play that. The Storm is Here, Deep State Exposed, Q, Plan to Save the World, Bohemian Grove, Alex Jones, that's a pretty funny one. The Rise and Rage of Donald Trump, The Fire Breather, The Fifth Estate, oh God no. It looks like there isn't really anyone that's made anything crazy. Documentary. Again, like 1 hour 54 sounds like they slapped a load of different things together rather than anything actually structured. Especially to say that just a random picture like this. See what I mean? They just slapped. Look, and it's just the same video again. I hate that. It should either make real proper content. Like I spend so much time with video production, and people just do that. It's just unbelievable. It's so disrespectful. Yeah, I don't think there is any Q documentary. A JFK documentary wouldn't be bad. Documentary BBC. No, let's not play that. The mob CIA and 8 paid assassins. That looks fucking good. That looks promising. The 8 paid assassins. Yeah, yeah.
In the immediate aftermath of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
And it's an English guy as well. Let's hope has it got copyright? Let me just check down here if there's any copyright. Song, Awareness Peak, Song, Cracker Conrad, Grooves, any third party publishing, BMI, Broadcast Movie, listen ad-free with YouTube Premium, music in this video, learn more. Alright, so it should be fine. This video should be fine. So we've got here JFK, Truth, the Mob CIA, and the 8 paid assassins. So that should be good. That sounds like on the right track of what happened during his murder. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna go through. Oh wait, we've got some more things. Is there no video to that? You see why I said it now. Need to get Jamie post about this podcast. Get more people. He's not interested in it. He's not really interested in it. He says he's never been on the podcast. I don't know. I do ask him like every time if he wants to come on, really, or give him chance. He knows that I come on at 8 o'clock, or if I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it. But it's whatever. He's doing his own thing. He's busy or whatever. Thought how the video ended, there should be more to it. I think it's because that Patriots thing, Patriot Hour, they're constantly posting videos, so that's just one video of many. Following along with Q. Don't know about that link. What's it saying? This link? What is this link? It's send me to the gaming as well. Let's have a look. JFK Jr. and Carolyn at POTUS rally. Giving the plan to save the world. Prepare for the next phase. When was this? 18th of July 2018. It's a podcast, so I'm just going to leave that one out, just because I don't want to play a podcast in the podcast. But I've got this. Do you want to say anything, Chris? Because I'm gonna dart off, mate.
It's been really interesting tonight, man.
I mean, I could still keep your camera up if you bothered. I'm going to be actually watching this in the living room.
Bedtime.
Okay. Alright, well I'm going to be playing this documentary. I'm just going to pretty much hide that and say thank you for tuning in, guys. It's much appreciated for tagging along or whatever. Try and be on tomorrow. That's what I'll be trying to do. Try and get on tomorrow. I'm going to keep the chat up there, obviously, so you guys can comment on anything that will go through. We are trying to grow the podcast. It's just very hard because there's not much support in terms of the movement and everything, but it is what it is. Jamie streams now and again. It's a bit hard. Just try and encourage him. Tell him to come on. Do you know what I mean? Tell him, get on the WhatsApp. Tell him to get in the podcast, or help grow it. I'm still waiting for him to transfer the website. That's another thing as well, because he said that he was going to have troubles with his domain, and that he needed another domain to host the website on. So I bought and I paid for domain and I paid for web host, and he's still not transferred the website. So I'm currently like out of pocket, but it's not being used. So I don't know. There's a bit of a weird disconnection between me and Jamie right now. I don't know what he's up to, what he's concentrating on, but I think he's got a lot going on. That's why. That's the only thing that I can narrow it down to anyway. Yeah, I'm going to play this anyway. This is an English guy, English documentary, JFK story and cover up, the mob and CIA and the hired 8 assassins. Brilliant, guys. Thanks for tuning in, as always. Yeah.
It's been great.
Okay. I'll see you on the other side. Catch you later.
See you later.
In the immediate aftermath of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, the American government came to the conclusion that a lone gunman had changed the course of human history by killing the most powerful man in the world with 3 rifle shots fired from the elevated window of an office building. And for half a century, they have stuck rigidly to this fabrication, while critics, scientists, playwrights and poets have produced books and essays and films to prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that this version of our Western history is a physical impossibility. Over and over again, we have been told that this man did it, by himself. He didn't have any help, and he did it because he was a lonely madman and a communist to boot. We are also meant to believe that there is nothing remotely suspicious in his being shot on live television in a basement full of police officers before he had a chance to tell his side of the story. So there is quite clearly no need to investigate further. Of course, every thinking person knows this is absolute nonsense. And being nonsensical, it naturally leads thinking people to ask some very important questions, like, why did the American government come up with such a lame and improbable scenario to account for what had happened? And then why did they stick with it so dogmatically for so many years afterwards? Exactly what and who are they protecting? And how can it be that even such venerable institutions as the BBC have played along with this charade in the intervening decades? We now know that there were actually 8 riflemen firing at the president on that day. We know where they were located in Dealey Plaza, and we know their names. However, those with sharp eyes will already be asking themselves why we were only showing the location of 6 assassins in this schematic. We're doing this because any casual onlooker who happened to be in Dealey Plaza at 12:29 on November 22nd, 1963, might well have caught sight of these 6. Many people did. Witnesses like Arnold Rowland, Richard Randolph Carr, Lee Bowers, Amos Ewins, Mary Mormon, they all gave precise descriptions of men they observed in the windows of the book depository and on the famous grassy knoll. But none of them observed 2 of the riflemen who shot at the president. No one did. And the reason why no one did is itself the key to the mystery. A mystery which begins with a very simple question. Supposing you wanted to shoot at a man on a barren, empty street without anybody seeing you, where could you possibly hide? However, the riflemen who took part in the assassination were not as important to an understanding of what the Kennedy assassination was really all about as were a group of 20 men who had gathered together the night before at the home of Dallas oil millionaire Clint Murchison. These men were a much more important part of the story than the assassins themselves, because they hired the 8 snipers and paid them. We even know how much they paid them. So who were these men? What brought them together to orchestrate such a foul and despicable deed? Why did they, and more importantly those who came after them, cover up the crime with such ruthless brutality for so long afterwards? And how can it be that these men and what they stood for has left an indelible legacy which still influences our daily lives right up to the present day? Were J. Edgar Hoover and his homosexual lover Clyde Tolson, who stood to lose the millions they'd invested in their host's oil business if Kennedy lived. Hoover also knew Kennedy wanted to replace him as head of the FBI. The 2 Brown brothers of Brown Brothers Harriman, who along with Cliff Carter, John Connolly and Senator Joseph Yarborough stood to lose millions from lost defense contracts because they knew JFK wanted to end the Vietnam War. Also present were Joseph Sevilla, head of the Mafia in Dallas, and the mayor of Dallas, Earl Cable, the CIA men who knew the president was serious about smashing the Central Intelligence Agency because he'd already fired Cable's brother, Charles. Having a drink with them was Chase Manhattan Bank chief John McCloy, a confirmed Nazi who had shared a box with Hitler at the 1936 Berlin Olympic Games, and Mafia chieftain Carlos Marcello, who felt nicely at home rubbing shoulders with Sam Giancana's representatives Jack Ruby, Richard Nixon, and Haroldson Lafayette Hunt. The media were represented by Eamon G. Carter, and the only one who might have felt a little out of place as he awaited his boss was the world-class marksman and serial killer Malcolm Wallace. Late in the evening, Lyndon Baines Johnson finally turned up and briefly went into the party. When he came out to greet Madeleine Brown, she said he was euphoric.
Let's go back to the night before. When Johnson came out of the meeting, what did he say to you?
He was so angry. He had a violent temper when he was upset.
Well, let's use the exact words that he said to you. What did he say to you?
He grabbed me by the arm and he had this deep voice, and he said, "After tomorrow, those SOBs will never embarrass me again. That's no threat. That's a promise."
Johnson had clearly been told by the people in that room that everything was ready. The next morning, the President landed at Love Field and was led to his car by Governor John Connolly. As he is driven away, it is immediately apparent that something is wrong, as Secret Service agent Henry J. Rickber tries to take up his proper position on the President's limousine, holding on to these handles provided for the purpose, and is ordered to stand down by Emory Roberts. Let's just look at Rickber's reaction again. He is quite clearly disgusted. Why aren't they letting him do his job? And as the car glides into Dallas, we can now see how the removal of his Secret Service protection has opened the President up to a field of fire from almost any direction. It's plain from these pictures that as the motorcade moved on into Dallas, the Secret Service, meant to protect the President, remained crowded together on the vehicle behind. While travelling in the pilot car some 400 yards ahead, 3 men are smiling as they see everything is going to plan. Crichton, Lumpkin and Whitmire have used their influence to remove the military protection which should have been amongst the crowd. And whilst the people lining the parade route are 10 deep in places, Lumpkin has seen to it that the police have let almost no one into the would-be crime scene. Pausing at the corner of Houston and Elm, Lumpkin is seen exchanging reassurances with one of his men. Yes, he tells him, the hit is on. Glancing discreetly upwards, he sees Weatherford and the best Cuban sniper, Eladio del Valle, preparing to fire. The signal is passed to the other snipers to get into position. Having been let into the Daltex building by oil baron Harrelson Hunt, Eugene Hale Brading unlocks the second-floor broom closet. A client of New Orleans lawyer G. Ray Gill, who also represents mafia boss Carlos Marcello, Brading has a getaway pilot waiting, whom Gill employs as a private detective, David Ferry. He opens the window, and as Charles Nicoletti loads his rifle, Richard Kane listens to his radio. Car coming. Get ready. Closing the door, Milwaukee Phil Aldericio guards the corridor with 2 Cubans, Rolando Mesferrer and Rolando Otero. This basic pattern was established all over the plaza. A sniper next to a radio man, alongside a second marksman who could take over should the first want to back out at the last moment. Each team was then guarded by more assassins, mainly Cubans, who made sure no one interfered with each group. It all sounds quite professional, and the truth is, it was. Sam Giancana's spy in the Chicago police force, Richard Kane, was an electronics and wiretapping expert who spoke 5 languages. Up on the grassy knoll, with his childhood friend Charles Harrison, stood the diminutive Charles Frederick Rogers, a nuclear physicist who worked in seismology for Shell Oil. He was also friends with David Ferry and the Civil Air Patrol. Up in the Texas School Book Depository, LBJ's psychotic hitman Malcolm Wallace held a PhD and taught at the University of Texas. The Texas oilmen, mafia dons, merchant bankers and military industrialists had assembled the all-time dream team of professional killers. They were there to make absolutely certain their king died, and the 2 men who in later years would steal his crown, Richard Milhouse Nixon and George Herbert Walker Bush, smiled from the sidewalk as they exchanged winks with Jack Crichton. There was no way Kennedy could escape now, and they knew it. Arranging his sniper's nest at the other end of the 6th floor, Sturgis was the first to be spotted by Arnold Rowland.
I just looking around and we noticed a man up in the window, and I remarked to my wife, tried to point him out, and remarked that he must be a security guard, Secret Service agent.
The window then that you're referring to is on the opposite end of the building from where the main entrance to the building is.
Yes, it is on the other side of the building. And he had a rifle. It looked like a high-powered rifle because it had a scope which looked in relation to the size of the rifle to be a big scope.
A moment later, 15-year-old Amos Ewins caught sight of one of the Sturgis-trained Cubans, Ignacio Novosampol. Even more significantly, Richard Randolph Carr, a steel construction worker who was looking for a job in the new Dallas courthouse, which was then under construction, stared out from his 7th floor vantage point and saw Malcolm Wallace taking position to fire. Testifying at the trial of Clay Shaw, he gave a minutely detailed description of a very heavy-set man in a sports jacket who wore large framed glasses. He could see the man so clearly, he even said his eyeglasses had large earpieces. America, the home of the brave and the land of the free, was about to discover that it wasn't what it thought it was. As the president's car made the turn onto Houston, government agents who had sworn an oath to uphold their country's democratic principles waited alongside mafia killers to murder their own commander-in-chief. One of the men they were working for, Sam Giancana, said this proved that in reality there was no such thing as white hats and black hats. That notion, he said, was just a sham for saps to cling to.
The one thing I recognized was there are no black hats and there are no white hats. They all conduct themselves the exact same. And very good evidence of that is that the CIA would hire two so-called mafia men, Sam Giancana and John Roselli, to assassinate Fidel Castro. If there's such a difference, you're not supposed to have anything to do with each other. But in essence, the remark is really they're all in bed together. They all do business together.
It was now that Abraham Zapruder pressed the trigger on his 8mm cine camera. Ever since that moment, the world has accepted that what he recorded was the definitive account of what really happened. What people must appreciate is that what they have just seen is not at all what really happened. Had you actually been there on the day, this is what you would have seen. And doesn't that look a great deal more suspicious? So just exactly what did happen during the 10 seconds Zapruder was filming. To begin with, Dulles, Lansdale and Atlee Phillips had tried to get over the problem of volley fire, blowing the president's head clean off by firing in 4 stages. Stage 1 was meant to be a single shot by Charles Nicoletti into the back of Kennedy's head from the Daltex building some 40 yards behind. Had he succeeded, the plotters would have had the single assassin with 1 bullet story they wanted. But in his excitement, the mafia assassin squeezed the trigger too soon. His bullet ricocheted off the hard chrome sill of the limo's back seat and struck the curb beneath the overpass, sending up a sharp piece of concrete which scratched James Tague's face. Watch again. We clearly see how this little girl stops running and her gaze looks directly at where the shot originated and not up at the 6th floor of the depository. It was now that Umbrella Man took over. Standing right at the curbside, it was his job, should the first shot miss, to give a clear visual signal. Target is not injured. The intelligence chiefs knew that if this situation occurred, Kennedy would now be moving rapidly away from the first sniper. They knew the only way to make sure of getting him was to fusillade the car. So a moment later, 2 rifles tried to fire from directly in front at exactly the same time, to deceive witnesses into thinking there was only 1 shot.
you said you'd killed President Kennedy.
At the same time I said I had killed the judge, I said I had killed Kennedy. Well, do you believe Lee Harvey Oswald killed President Kennedy? We'll get back to that. Alone, without any aid from a rogue agency of the U.S. government, or at least a portion of that agency. I believe you're very naive if you do.
Harrelson's bullet hit JFK in the throat, and another gunman, hiding in a culvert 50 yards away, up in the embankment of the overpass, made the hole in the windscreen, which was later seen by Dr. Evalier Glanges.
The presidential limousine was there. Had been staying there for some time, just watching the back of the emergency room. Talked to my friend next to me and said, look, there's a bullet hole in the windshield, and pointed it out to them. But it was very clear. It was a through and through bullet hole through the windshield of the car from the front to the back.
As Kennedy emerges from behind the road sign, his distress is clear, while Governor Connolly remains composed. This single frame of the Zapruder film makes nonsense of the single bullet theory, because it's quite clear both men have not been struck at the same time. Kennedy has now passed through 2 layers of fire and has not been hit in the head. To cover this eventuality, the assassins were given a simple instruction: fusillade the car with everything. So that in the next few moments, the 5 remaining riflemen fired, causing the Secret Service agent riding in the front passenger seat, Roy Kellerman, to report a feeling like a jet sonic boom as the hail of bullets whistled into the car. It is now more than 3 seconds after Kennedy is hit in the throat that Frank Sturgis misses his target altogether and blows out 5 inches of Governor Connolly's ribs, compressing his lungs and puffing his cheeks, with a bullet which quite clearly struck at far too steep an angle to come from the other end of the depository. In almost the same instant, Eladio Del Valle hit the governor in the wrist, Weatherford fired into his thigh, and Nicoletti's second shot hit the chrome frame of the window. A moment later, the best marksman, Malcolm Wallace, shot Kennedy in his upper back, the bullet strike witnessed and recorded by all the Secret Service men in the following car. Jackie Kennedy starts looking concerned, and yet even now there are no obvious signs that her husband, held upright by his back brace, has been shot twice. The assassins have so far failed to hit him in the head, and it is now that they play the ace up their sleeve. Here we can finally answer the riddle of where on an empty street you can hide a man with a rifle, and how he can manage to shoot a man speeding past him in a limousine. The answer is that he can't, and that is why the driver, William Greer, looked around twice to see whether Kennedy had been hit in the head, and when he saw he hadn't, as dozens of witnesses, including police officers, confirmed, he stopped the car completely.
His orders was to slow down where the rest of the guys...
This is Greer, the driver of the presidential limousine.
Yeah, presidential limousine, slow down almost to stop.
It is now that most people have been led to believe that Kennedy was shot in the head by Charles Boyd Harrelson, the sniper standing on the grassy knoll. This is not true. Because if we look at the angle of elevation of a shot from that area, it's obvious that a shot originating from above and right would have pushed Kennedy's head down and left, whereas it's quite clear that his head is knocked upwards and to the left by the impact. So where did that bullet come from? Incredibly, the answer has lain hidden in the most well-known and iconic image from the assassination of the motorcycle policeman heaving his bike onto its stand. Look now as we freeze frame him here. This is the moment when the whole world was looking up the hill toward the man who had fired from the grassy knoll, but that is not where the police officer is looking. He is looking down into the storm drain, because that is where that shot at a stationary car came from. The shot which all of the well-known assassination witnesses described as coming from behind the picket fence missed completely and ripped up the grass at Jean Hill's feet. She did not even notice, but we know this is true because the FBI told her so. So who were the men who fired unseen from the storm drains on Elm Street? One thing we know is that they were very young and had to be brought into the conspiracy because they had to crawl into a filthy, smelly sewer, something which the older, experienced mafia assassins would never have dreamed of doing. They were basically two kids, looking for excitement. The first was Curtis Laverne Crayford, also known as Larry Crayford. Formerly CIA, he had worked for Ruby at the Carousel Club, and Ruby had told everyone his name was Lee Harvey Oswald until Lee Harvey Oswald walked in. But while above ground, the world was taking pictures and running and screaming and trying to figure out what had happened, the other young man was stumbling along 400 yards of a reeking, fetid Dallas sewer pipe to emerge from this culvert. And he was not Lee Harvey Oswald, or Roscoe White, or J.D. Tippit, nor even a Cuban or Russian communist. His name was Jack Allen Lawrence. And we know that after stumbling up this bank, he turned up 15 minutes later at the Lincoln Mercury car showroom, where he'd obtained a job with false references, pale, sweating, and, on a hot sunny day in Dallas, covered in mud. Telling his co-workers, Albert Bogard and Robert Tater, he had been ill that morning, he stumbled into the men's room and threw up, while they, feeling his behaviour was suspicious, called the police, who made a record of the entire incident. Back at the plaza, the guilt of the radio men coordinating the gunfire can be seen from their behaviour. These two, Orlando Bosch and the Umbrella Man, have a seat, while everyone else runs around them. Bosch makes a report that the hit was successful, then casually walks away, just like the chief radio coordinator, Jim Hicks, with the radios clearly visible in their back pockets. A few yards away, the CIA's clean-up squad have begun working to remove all evidence useful to a forensic team. Deputy Sheriff Buddy Walters is here seen finding the bullet which struck in the grass near the manhole cover. He hands it on to one of the fake FBI men, who pockets it. While this is going on, Rogers, Harrelson, and E. Howard Hunt are discovered hiding in the boxcars of the train which they hoped would be their getaway vehicle, until it's prevented from moving by railway dispatcher and key witness Lee Bowers. They are photographed repeatedly as they are marched to the Dallas courthouse, and we can clearly see in this picture the radio receiver Hunt is wearing in his right ear, which is identical to the receivers worn by those Dallas police officers who were part of the plot. As they walk, they are overseen by Colonel Ed Lansdale, who secures their release and begins to give the press the cover story that this man is the major suspect and that acting alone he shot the president from behind. The truth, as we now know, is that 8 separate snipers, firing 16 shots in 4 separate stages, had tried to make certain of killing the president by hitting him in the head and had failed abysmally. The shooting on the day had been nothing to write home about. A third of all the shots had missed the car completely. Had it not been for the ruse of bribing the driver to brake at a point painted on the curbside, which is still visible, so that Jack Lawrence could shoot Kennedy in the head from just 15 feet away, the president might have survived. So now we must address the question, why does the Zapruder film not show this very obvious setup of the limousine stopping for the headshot? The answer, of course, is that it has been tampered with. In the 1960s, Hollywood special effects teams had developed techniques for masking off segments of film frames to disguise the true movement of figures within the picture. In the Zapruder film, frames have been removed in order to fake a continuous flowing motion, so that we don't see the very obvious setup which dozens of witnesses reported. If you look now at the top of the frame, the doctoring of the film becomes perfectly obvious. in the way in which the figures are blurred and yet the shadows are sharp, which is impossible. This CIA tampering with the evidence becomes even clearer when the Zapruder film is run next to the Orville Nix film taken from the other side. It's easy to see from the way the motorcycles suddenly close on the limousine that it stops completely. And we can see that frames have also been removed from the Nix film by the way in which Agent Clint Hill appears to move sideways while running forwards before leaping on the car. As the mad dash to Parkland Hospital begins, the chief coordinator in the assassination plot, George Herbert Walker Bush, casually relaxes with hands in his pockets at the entrance of the school book depository. Now this is going to be one of those all too familiar Kennedy assassination moments in which people will say, well, yes, it could be him, but how can we be sure? Because we've seen this kind of thing before with Badgeman. However, a gentleman who I think must be a police detective has posted a YouTube video in which he utilizes the latest forensic techniques for identifying murder suspects by making a comparison between the photo taken in Dealey Plaza and one of George Bush in conversation with Richard Nixon during Watergate. This man points out that this person has exactly the same skull shape, exactly the same hairline, chin and nose as George Bush. He is also wearing the same type of suit, white shirt and exactly the same type of tie. He is exactly the same height, the same weight, is wearing clothing which matches down to his shoes, but most importantly, he has a characteristic mannerism of cocking his right wrist when he puts his hands in his pockets. We know from this declassified FBI memo that George Bush was in Dallas, staying at the Sheraton on November 22nd. So can there be any doubt about this person's identity? Surrounded by the corrupt policemen he was coordinating, Bush knew already that if an honest officer should happen to catch one of the assassins, it would, because of what Mark Lane rightly calls plausible deniability, make no difference. Because what would they find? Mafia hoods with prison records as long as their arms? Or contract killers like Charles Harrelson? They certainly wouldn't have found anyone who carried CIA credentials or anyone whose involvement with the government could be traced. But even while he smiled and chatted to his fellow killers, Bush was unaware that the plotters had just made their first big mistake. They knew that they had to forensically control the body from the moment the shots were fired, and the moment Kennedy entered Trauma Room 1, that control had to be relinquished. Although they had CIA agents placed in the emergency unit, these people were not aware of the throat wound, which could hardly be seen because it was so tiny. It was at this moment that all the Dallas doctors and nurses like Aubrey Bell made a mental note of this very obvious sign of a frontal entry shot. One of the Dallas medical team, Dr. Charles Crenshaw, a junior doctor at that time, vividly recalls what the first professionals in the Kennedy killing had to deal with.
The second wound was here in the throat, right above the necktie. It was a small opening, very small, 3 to 5 millimeters, about the size of your little finger. I looked at the wound again. I wanted to know and remember this the rest of my life. And the rest of my life, I will always know he was shot from the front.
And also described the portion missing from the rear of Kennedy's head after the impact of the frangible bullet, which hit him in the right temple.
The bullet struck about where and passed about where?
From here through.
And taking out
the back or the occipital part, the back of your head. This was gone.
It's approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time today here in Dallas. He died of a gunshot wound.
This information soon made its way to the media. And this is why, at the very first press conference, Press Secretary Malcolm Kilduff correctly described the cause of death and direction of the shot. In order to find a means with which to contradict this evidence, the cover-up now began in earnest, with the summoning from the Westland funeral home of a CIA agent who was known for being the best in the business at reconstructive surgery on cadavers, John Melvin Liggett. This man was actually attending a funeral when he was told of the president's assassination and asked to go to Parkland by the coroner. What he didn't know as he drove away was that one of his clients in this macabre and gruesome story was at that moment still alive. When he was arrested years later by New York police detective Jim Rothstein, Frank Sturgis, on discovering that Rothstein was a Bay of Pigs veteran like himself, got into an old army buddy's conversation with him and said first of all that after the assassination he returned to the Miami safe house where he ridiculed Marita Lorenz for missing history. It was all perfectly safe, he told her. No cops, no newspaper investigation. Everything was covered.
I asked Sturgis, Jesus Christ, Frank, did you shoot the president? Did you have something to do with that? He said, who gives a shit? Yeah, who's going to prove it? He said, we kill a lot of people. What the hell's the difference?
Sturgis then went on to say that Dallas police officer J.D. Tibbett was actually gunned down by the radio talk show host G. Gordon Liddy, who was at that time a CIA agent working with E. Howard Hunt. And here we must address a question which puzzled assassination researchers for years. Why did a Dallas policeman have to die within a few minutes of President Kennedy? What possible function could he have played in the overall plot as a corpse? One would think the authorities could have caught the fleeing patsy without any need to incriminate him any further. So why did the life of J.D. Tibbett also have to end on the 22nd of November 1963? Where did he fit in? In only the last few years, a wonderful investigator called Robert D. Morningstar discovered one tiny little fact about Jefferson Davis Tibbett, which became the most important single piece in the completion of this puzzle. Because Officer Tibbett had a nickname. When he was at work, his fellow officers always used to call him JFK, because at 39 years of age he looked exactly like him. In the only well-known picture of Tibbett, his Elvis haircut makes him appear very youthful, but having turned grey and having nearly turned 40, most people felt his resemblance to Kennedy was uncanny. What Tibbett never knew, as he drove past assassination witnesses Jack Tatum, Domingo Benavides and Aquila Clemens, was that he had been selected to play the role of the president in death. Researchers have always believed it couldn't be a coincidence that Tibbett was shot in the right temple, just like JFK some 45 minutes earlier. They wondered why bullets had been removed from his body in the ambulance, and why, when he was pronounced dead on arrival at the Methodist Hospital, it was felt necessary to move his body to Parkland. With their concentration firmly fixed on the casket of the deceased president, the newsmen completely ignored the ambulance which spirited away the body of J.D. Tibbett, so that it could be loaded onto Air Force 2, where John Melvin Liggett was waiting. When Kennedy's casket arrived at Love Field a few minutes later, Clint Hill, the agent who jumped on the car, recalled that all the people aboard Air Force 1 were told they had to go forward to witness the swearing-in of Lyndon Baines Johnson. This, of course, was just a ruse, to get Jackie Kennedy to leave her husband's body, and the moment she was out of the way, his cadaver was stolen and placed aboard Air Force 2 next to the cadaver of J.D. Tibbett. Many people have seen this famous picture in which LBJ is smiling at Congressman Albert Thomas a moment after becoming president, and he is winking back. We haven't known until now just how huge and terrible a secret he was sharing with Johnson, because at that moment on the plane right alongside, the most highly qualified specialist in reconstructive surgery and embalming in the country, John Melvin Liggett, was starting to make a facsimile of the dead president, using the body of J.D. Tibbett in order to obscure the true extent of the damage to Kennedy's head and make it seem consistent with a shot from behind. But Liggett realised immediately this was well nigh impossible, because having been told over the radio about the head shot, Liddy took it upon himself to try and ape this damage by firing into Tippett's torso and then, when he was down, firing into his right temple, instead of into the back of the head as he'd been instructed. This was a second huge mistake. The human brain has a consistency like play school plasticine. Fire a bullet through it, and it is very easy for a skilled pathologist to track the bullet's path at autopsy. What Liggett wanted to show to any investigators was a brain that looked like this. What he had was one brain which looked like this, and another which looked like this. A large portion of Kennedy's brain had been ripped out by the impact of the explosive or frangible bullet, and what remained was filled with tiny shards of lead, some of them microscopic, which might take all night to locate. Liggett was terrified. The plotters had asked him to play Dr. Frankenstein at 30,000 feet. Yet with all his embalming experience, he instantly realized a botched job was the best he could possibly deliver. In his panic, he sawed off Tippett's skull and simply ripped out the entire brain to at least make sure no one could track the bullet which, after Liddy's error, had so obviously come from the wrong direction. He then compounded Liddy's error by making a large hole in the rear of the head to ape the damage to Kennedy's head. With this done, he rebuilt the skull, hurriedly sewed the scalp back together, and then set about the gruesome task of trying to make the cadaver of J.D. Tippett more closely resemble the cadaver of John F. Kennedy. By shaving eyebrows, bringing forward Tippett's slightly more receding hairline, filling in missing segments of both heads with plaster of Paris, and rebuilding portions of the flesh with wax. Liggett performed this ghoulish service while the aircraft he was on, Air Force 2, went through the usual procedure of leapfrogging Air Force 1 to arrive at Andrews Air Force Base slightly earlier. He wasn't given long enough, and in the rush to get finished, the plotters now made their third and most stupid mistake. Instead of placing Tippett's body in a casket identical to the one aboard Air Force 1, they placed him in a Spartan grey metal coffin inside a body bag. As the TV media showed these distressing pictures to a world reeling in shock, it's hardly surprising that no one ever dreamed this casket could be empty, but it was. As it was driven away, out of sight of the media, the two bodies were taken from Air Force 2 and loaded onto a helicopter. It was at this point that the two honest men, FBI agents Francis X. O'Neill and his partner William Siebert, became crucial figures in the story. They explained to researcher David Lifton that they made the journey to the Naval Hospital at Bethesda in the car behind the hearse which carried Jackie and Bobby, and most notably Admiral George Berkeley, who made sure he stayed with the empty coffin by sitting on another man's lap. Upon reaching Bethesda, Siebert and O'Neill said Berkeley then guided the family members into the building while the hearse was ordered to the rear to unload. But that was where the simplicity ended. The FBI men and many other witnesses recalled a scene of absolute mayhem in which no one seemed to know what was going on, and military men were rushing around everywhere, exchanging anecdotes about decoy ambulances they had been ordered to follow, which had become high-speed chases around the hospital grounds as these vehicles raced away. It seems this confusion was created with the intention of misleading both the press and the large respectful crowd which had gathered on the lawn. People were asking each other which ambulance contained the president's body. Then a rumour started that it was coming by helicopter, but which one? Everyone watching that night recalls the air was filled with them, and the FBI men also told Lifton that in the midst of all this mayhem, they helped to carry the casket inside. This was flatly denied by the team of Navy men who said they did it alone. It is therefore perfectly clear that two bodies were brought to the morgue separately whilst confusion reigned. And it was now that the plotters themselves became confused by the mayhem they had created, because they left J.D. Tippett's cadaver in the wrong casket. it should have been switched and gone into the autopsy room in the large expensive casket used in Dallas.
I helped put President Kennedy's body in a bronze ceremonial casket on November 22nd, 1963 at Parkland Memorial Hospital.
Instead, mortuary technician Paul O'Connor received a coffin so dull and nondescript no one could believe it had been utilized to transport the body of a president.
It was a very plain casket, and when I say plain, I mean it was pinkish gray. It had pink and gray on the sides. There was nothing fancy about it as far as being bronze. It wasn't bronze.
The autopsy then became a farce the moment it began. While Siebert and O'Neill made their now famous and entirely correct observation that the body seemed to have undergone surgery prior to autopsy mainly in the head area, Commander Humes himself testified that the moment he touched the head, pieces of the skull fell down onto the autopsy table. That is not possible unless surgery was done before post-mortem. And that surgery could only have been performed aboard the aircraft because there was no other time to do it. Humes then found that he had to try to work with Admirals Berkeley, Galloway and Kenny actually touching his elbows, and became increasingly confused and embarrassed himself at his utter failure to find any trace of the bullets which killed the president. Of course, this was hardly surprising, considering the president lay dead in an adjoining room, and that Liggett had removed all the bullets from J.D. Tibbett. As the autopsy proceeded, O'Connor revealed that Berkeley interfered constantly in the procedure, steering Humes away from the torso, where he would have found the holes made by Liddy. And while everyone in the room remained aghast and disturbed by the huge hole in the back of the head and absence of any brain matter, two porters O'Connor had never seen before came in pushing a trolley, which had a sheet on it which hid a small lump. They had told people in the corridor it was a dead newborn baby, but it turned out to be a complete brain, which could only have come from a third cadaver. This was weighed and pickled in formaldehyde before anyone even had a chance to inquire when it had been removed. The most farcical moment of all came when Humes faced Arlen Specter in front of the Warren Commission and found the leading counsel pressing him to say that the wound he found in the back of the head was an entry wound. His incredible answer was that the bullet could only have entered and exited from the rear. Humes actually told the world that the bullet had done a U-turn inside the president's skull. Now that we know the truth, it may seem remarkable that David Lifton got so close, and yet never quite realized that what he had been investigating for 15 years was a body switch. But can we really be surprised? Like so many other decent men, Lifton was simply unable to imagine that anyone could ever think up such a grotesque and degenerate conspiracy. He simply never realized that what he was dealing with was nothing less than the devil himself. And for those who find all this impossible to accept, one of the devils who murdered JFK, Frank Sturgis, was perfectly candid about how routine body switches had become in the CIA by 1963.
There was a switch.
Body switch.
A body switch, yes.
The truth about the autopsy is that the devils who killed Kennedy messed up very badly. They had wanted to show the world actual photographs of a single bullet wound from behind. As it was, they had to resort to a lot of badly faked photographs, which critics like Robert Groden easily discredited, and silly drawings, which everyone realized did not line up anywhere near the schoolbook depository. With the autopsy over, Mrs. Kennedy and the president's brother were shown the body prepared for burial. Not surprisingly, they were wholly unconvinced by Liggett's attempts to make a Dallas police officer look like the President of the United States. Witnesses there at the time said Bobby scoffed and said, "It doesn't look anything like him," while Mrs. Kennedy became adamant. "It isn't Jack," she declared. "That looks like something you'd find in Madame Tussauds wax museum." Many people have studied this alleged picture of the president's remains and wondered how it could possibly be John F. Kennedy when the Zapruder film clearly shows this right temple area being blown apart by the impact of the frangible bullet. The simple answer is that this is not JFK. It's the corpse of Officer J.D. Tibbett, surgically altered to look like the president. On arriving home, Liggett was informed the plot was in serious trouble. His wife Lois told how he staggered in the door, unkempt, dishevelled, and quite obviously exhausted, which was very out of character for a man who took pride in always being neat, tidy, and organised.
It was about 24 hours before I heard from him. He came home and he walked in the door, and when I saw him, he physically looked like he had really been through a very traumatic experience. His clothes were disarrayed, and that was so out of character for him. And he said, "We're going to get out of town for a while until all of this blows over." And that was a quote, because I thought, well, what blows over?
Minutes later, they were speeding down the highway towards Corpus Christi, utterly bewildered as to what on earth was going on. Chain-smoking at the wheel, Liggett was looking increasingly nervous. It wasn't just that his botched reconstruction had failed to convince and would lead to courtroom testimony of bullets doing U-turns inside the president's head. The problem was that the patsy was still alive. Deputy Sheriff Roger Craig told investigators it was plain to him that Lee Harvey Oswald was not meant to survive his arrest procedure. He said that when he arrived at the Texas Theater, a group of his fellow officers were waiting at the rear, guns drawn, and that it was quite obvious that Oswald was meant to make a break out the back door where he would run into a hail of gunfire. However, Oswald himself was an intelligence agent, and once he realized he had been chosen as the fall guy, he briefly prolonged his existence by loudly yelling so that all the witnesses present could hear, "I am not resisting arrest, I am not resisting arrest." This is why Liggett, like all the others involved in the plot, was shaking in his boots on November 23rd. They were all aware that a sharp lawyer could get Oswald released simply by discovering that the chain of evidence had been broken in relation to Kennedy's remains. Once free to talk, and with intimate knowledge of the major players in the assassination plot, he could have gotten the heads of the FBI and CIA, all the military chiefs of staff, the mafia chieftains, and the Dallas oil men all thrown in jail together for murder. Many people have wondered how the plotters could be so unbelievably dumb and so unbelievably obvious as to have Oswald murdered live on national television. The simple truth was that they had absolutely no choice. Their botched assassination attempt had proved that they were not as smart as they thought they were. The actual shooting had gone very badly. Most of the shots had missed. They'd had to botch the autopsy, and now they were having to botch the silencing of the patsy. Lois Liggett recalled that the moment Ruby fired, the atmosphere in their motel room evaporated.
The minute he saw that, he looked at me and said, "Everything's okay now," and you could just see his face. He was like all the pressure had been taken off of him.
All of a sudden he was like, sigh of relief, let's go, we can go home now. It was basically, pack your things, come on, we're leaving, you know, now we can go.
The family turned around and went straight back home to discover that Mr. Liggett now enjoyed a new vocation. It appeared he had suddenly come into millions, which bought his family a big new house and himself a new lifestyle, which included many wild poker parties at which, among others, he hosted David Ferry. This was not Lois Liggett's scene. She divorced him, heard that not long afterwards he was arrested for murder, and then shot dead while trying to escape. But this was not the end of Liggett's story. His new wife told Lois that the man she buried could not have been John Melvin Liggett, because the corpse she was shown had a moustache and he couldn't grow one. Then many years later, Lois Liggett actually saw her deceased ex-husband in a casino while on a trip to Las Vegas. Quite clearly this man had been the beneficiary of yet another CIA body switch, and to this day doubts remain as to the true fate of Jack Ruby, Lee Oswald, John Liggett and the President himself. Many researchers now believe the plotters may have kept Kennedy's remains as a souvenir and buried J.D. Tibbett in Arlington Cemetery. All added together, the pilots, spotters, radio men, mafia assassins, embalmers, physicians, and corrupt agents from the FBI, CIA, and Dallas Police had cost the American Nazis $25 million, approximately $2 billion in today's money. But they could afford it. In the years that followed, they cynically kept the war in Vietnam going by putting in just enough troops so that the line never moved forward or back. And while the American fat cats grew fatter on military-industrial contracts, their mafia friends used the CIA's complete immunity to smuggle trillions of dollars worth of cocaine and heroin around the world.
Sir, the Republicans are trying to blame you for the existence of a small air base at Mena, Arkansas. This base was set up by George Bush and Oliver North and the CIA to help the Iran-Contras, and they brought in plane load after plane load of cocaine there for sale in the United States, and then they took the money and bought weapons and took them back to the Contras, all of which was illegal, as you know, under the Bolin Act. But tell me, did they tell you that this had to be in existence because of national security?
Well, let me answer the question. No, they didn't tell me anything about it.
Of course, when criminals are making easy money, they tend to become lazy and careless, and this is what led to Watergate.
Someone's here.
Hold it, you must hold it! Police! Put your hands up! Drop that jacket!
When the two plainclothes police officers switched the lights on in the Watergate building, who should they find hiding there? Frank Sturgis and Bernard Barker, who were working for E. Howard Hunt, exactly the same people who had murdered President Kennedy 9 years earlier. Sturgis even told the San Francisco Chronicle that the true reason for their burglary of the Watergate offices was to retrieve compromising pictures of CIA men in Dealey Plaza, which the Democrats were going to have published. Of course, somebody had to take a fall for conducting such a woefully sloppy operation, and when Howard Hunt found himself in prison for 33 months, he rather turned against his old friends for making him into the patsy on this occasion. He began sending messages to President Richard Nixon that he might just tell all he knew about what really happened in Dallas on November 22, 1963. And one of Nixon's presidential aides, Dean Birch, recalls that when he heard about this, George Bush broke out all over in assholes and shit himself to death. It was this situation which led directly to what journalists now refer to as the Watergate murder, the crash of Flight 553. On December the 8th, 1972, Dorothy Wetzel Hunt, the wife of E. Howard Hunt, boarded a flight from Washington to Chicago. A CIA agent like her husband, she carried $250,000 in her bag, which was to buy the silence of his Watergate co-conspirators. Travelling along with Dorothy was CBS News correspondent Michelle Clark, whose CIA boyfriend had been able to give her a unique journalistic insight into what Watergate was really all about. These two women boarded the aircraft with a dozen other individuals who at that time had information which E. Howard Hunt claimed was going to blow the White House out of the water. As the plane made its final approach through fog and very low cloud, the people living near the aircraft runway sensed something rather strange was going on. The normally quiet suburban street suddenly filled up with cars, and a moment later, having been told to power down too early, Flight 553 emerged from the mist and clipped the branches of some trees before crashing on top of several bungalows on West 70th Street. The watching neighbours were then staggered to see FBI agents immediately leap out of their cars and start rooting around in the debris, a full 10 minutes before the fire brigade even arrived on the scene. 44 people, including Dorothy Hunt and Michelle Clark, were killed in the crash. E. Howard Hunt served his time and came out of prison a widower and $1 million richer. The Nazi shadow government of the United States had faced a blackmail threat and the possibility that their complicity in the murder of President Kennedy might become public knowledge. Their response was to bring down a civilian airliner onto a residential district. They covered it up by having FBI agents on the ground seek out and remove all incriminating documents from the dead bodies found in the wreckage. And when the local TV station received an anonymous phone call from a radio ham who had monitored the deliberately misleading exchanges from the Midway Control Tower, which caused 553 to crash, an FBI agent simply confiscated all the tapes, thus eradicating all information pertaining to the accident. This is how the agents of the US government now behave. They function essentially as a goon squad of mercenaries and murderers, hardly any different to Hitler's Gestapo, and are used as a private intelligence service and as personal hitmen for America's richest families, their only role being to cover up the dirty tricks which the rich people are playing on their fellow countrymen every day. Along with threats and murder, the most important weapon used by this private army of footpads in this ongoing cover-up is disinformation. And it's here that we can now address a question which will probably be bothering the huge numbers of people who have taken an interest in the Kennedy assassination and in the many documentaries produced by assassination researchers over the years. What happened to Badgeman? The answer is very simple. He never existed. He was simply a phantom, created by the CIA's disinformation machine to lay down a trail which led nowhere. So now another question appears. If this is so, why have so many people spent a quarter of a century trying to discover his identity? By examining this question, it is now possible to reveal the extraordinary lengths America's rulers have gone to in order to hide the truth about the Kennedy assassination. America's oligarchs grossly underestimated the courage and skill of those who tried to uncover the truth about the Kennedy killing, none more so than the brilliant and tenacious Mark Lane. By the mid-1960s, his film Rush to Judgment had left the country in no doubt that they had been multiple gunmen acting together in some sort of conspiracy. Once he had proved this beyond any doubt, the only question remaining was, how big was the conspiracy? So it came as no surprise when polls started showing that 9 out of 10 Americans believed it had to be the CIA. This internal memorandum reveals just how nervous the agency was about this development. It spells out in no uncertain terms the concern spreading in the corridors of power, and the urgent need to rectify this situation through the use of assets in the media. This great image problem led America's Nazis into initiating Operation Mockingbird, an ongoing policy of using the colossal wealth they were now amassing from drugs and weapons sales to buy up as many TV and film companies, newspapers, and local and national radio stations as they could lay their hands on, to the point where by the 1970s they were proudly boasting that everyone of any significance in the media is CIA.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who submit pieces to American journals.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
Virtually every well-known journalist, newspaper editor, and television presenter became a secret CIA agent, as did many entertainers and film stars. The question now was how best to use trusted public figures like Walter Cronkite. And this was how the first investigative documentaries about the Kennedy assassination came to be made. It will come as a terrific shock to those who have sought truth and solace in these many films, feature articles and TV specials, to learn that every last one of them, including Oliver Stone's JFK, was actually produced by the CIA. A classic early example of this kind of disinformation was the Nova film, which featured two scientists, Brian Holstrom and Steve Isabel, who found Badgeman in a tiny fragment of the famous Mary Moorman Polaroid through photographic enhancement. But when investigators took the trouble to actually measure the size of these three figures, it became obvious that they were so tiny they were too small to even be children. Using the scale provided by Abraham Zabruda over on the right, it's clear that these alleged people are so lacking in stature they wouldn't actually have been able to look over the stockade fence. The truth is that they never existed. And so the question now is, who were Holstrom and Isabel? And who, for that matter, was Gordon Arnold, the old-age pensioner who appeared in The Men Who Killed Kennedy to claim that Badgeman had kicked him and taken his camera?
I could be the only one that saw the man.
The answer is that they were all professional actors, because this is how the devil operates. Devils mix lies with truth in order to make the lies sound more plausible. And it seems that the idea for using actors in this way might very likely have come from E. Howard Hunt himself. After Hunt's deathbed confession, in which he admitted the involvement of the CIA, his son, St. John Hunt, posted many revealing statements about what kind of character his father was. It's quite well known that E. Howard Hunt wrote spy novels and screenplays. And when he was discussing this, St. John Hunt maintained his father tried to live his life as if every day was another exciting scene from a movie, to the total exclusion of his own family. The way St. John Hunt put it was, he would never cut carrots or go shopping with us or anything like that. James Bond doesn't have a family. Historians are well aware that the CIA studies everything which is impressive, and it now seems very plain that they were greatly influenced by the brilliance of the Levinson and Link Columbo series, particularly one episode, Murder, Smoke and Shadows, in which the killer, who is a ruthless young movie director, tries to confuse and mislead Columbo through his powers of creating illusion, only to have the tables turned when this is done back to him, because the whole point of that episode is that the audience never know who is and who isn't supposed to be an actor. The Men Who Killed Kennedy series was laid out in the same way. Whilst a few of the interviewees, like the Willis family, were genuine, most of the people claiming to be witnesses were simply actors, whose only job was to keep people's minds on the grassy knoll, so they would never think about the storm drains and where the shots actually originated. Oliver Stone's film was made to serve exactly the same purpose. It's also very clear that the CIA spent a lot of time studying the emotional breakdown in interviews with people like the ambulance driver, Aubrey Reich. Intelligence agents are fully aware that when an audience sees someone sobbing from grief on screen, they tend to become emotional themselves. This is how sensitive, humane people react. And when this happens, you're no longer thinking. And when you're no longer thinking critically, when you suspend skepticism for the sake of emotionalism, you can be fooled.
I wanted to tell you why I grieve. But why I don't despair. I'm sorry.
Of course, having heard this, people will wonder how anyone could be cynical to such a degree, and it's a perfectly legitimate question, because as we shall see later, This would not be the last time that the American public were fooled by actors sobbing on national TV. And these monstrous fabrications were not confined only to television.
Soccer man.
In 2003, a book was published called Blood, Money and Power, ostensibly written by Texas law attorney Bar McClellan. This book signaled a shift in establishment policy by claiming that Lyndon Baines Johnson, a natural suspect as the king who might have killed the king, was behind the entire plot, and used his own attorney, Ed Clark, to pay off the gunman. Researchers noticed that at exactly the same time, a lot of information suddenly became available about all the murder plots LBJ had been involved in with Cliff Carter and Billy Solestes. We were then treated to the sensational deathbed confession of E. Howard Hunt. And in the book itself, the serious researchers found this extraordinary paragraph. Wallace centered on Kennedy's head and fired. The shot went almost 200 feet but was barely low and slightly to the right, hitting the president in the back shoulder blade. The bullet was deflected upward ever so slightly, exiting at the tie knot. The bullet's jacket separating to hit and crack the windshield, the remaining slug hitting the curbing in front of James Tague, an onlooker standing in front of the triple underpass on Commerce Street. The slug knocked cement shards in all directions. A splinter nicked Tague on the cheek. So just exactly what is going on here? This is quite obviously a ludicrous assertion. So what is it all about? What it's all about is that the CIA actually wrote this book. They knew that the critics had been able to laugh loud and long at the single bullet theory because the FBI had had to change their story. At first, they had accepted the indisputable evidence that James Tague was scratched by a bullet as he watched from below the overpass, because they initially claimed that the first shot alone had gone through the president and the governor, making 7 separate wounds in 2 different men. The second shot was the headshot, and presumably the third struck Tague. However, once the Zapruder film and dozens of eyewitnesses made it plain the first shot missed, the FBI had a problem. How could they account for the throat shot, headshot, and Tague shot with just 2 remaining bullets? This utterly ridiculous paragraph was a lame attempt after 40 years to come up with an answer, and the lengths the CIA went to get people to believe it were contrived, to say the least. It's first of all the simplest matter to refute this version of events by asking how the CIA could possibly know this is how it happened. The bullets splitting apart in mid-air? Are they saying they had Dealey Plaza rigged with fast motion cameras which allowed them to replay the flight of every bullet in slow motion? If so, we'd all love to see those pictures. And even more to this, Bar McClellan's interview became the linchpin in the final episode of The Men Who Killed Kennedy, which was then banned from public broadcasting after a lawsuit was allegedly brought against the History Channel by former Presidents Carter and Ford and their friends Jack Valenti, Bill Moyers and Lady Bird Johnson. Of course, this was just more disinformation. What the plotters hoped to achieve was that by getting the series banned, but making it available on the internet, the seekers after truth would be duped into thinking it must be true, precisely because it had been banned from mainstream media. It's a double bluff. It is quite possible, after all of this ludicrous skullduggery, that even the CIA themselves couldn't remember what purpose it was all supposed to serve. But the general idea was that the public was supposed to swallow the notion that Lyndon Baines Johnson was the primary culprit in this entire affair, because he's dead and can't speak for himself. It is absolute nonsense to suggest any such thing. Lyndon Baines Johnson was, like Hitler and Richard Nixon, a mere puppet of the oil men and the merchant bankers and military industrialists, something he finally admitted to.
I can't honestly say that I've ever been completely relieved of the fact that there might have been international connections.
You mean you still feel that there might have been?
Well, has not completely discounted.
The notion that he was the criminal mastermind behind the Kennedy assassination is simply another disinformation falsehood dreamed up by the CIA. He was most definitely involved in the plot and offered up his personal hitman, Mac Wallace, to be part of it, but the men who actually masterminded the plot were Allen Dulles and David Atlee Phillips, with George Bush being the most important figure in the actual execution of the plan, and even they, in the end, proved themselves to be just as crude and obvious as anyone else in the way they took care of anyone who might incriminate them. On the 22nd of February 1967, Eladio Del Valle and David Ferry were both murdered within minutes of each other, when it seemed they might give information to the Jim Garrison investigation. Charles Boyd Harrelson and Milwaukee Phil Aldericio suffered convenient early deaths in jail, and having been ordered to testify before the House Select Committee on Assassinations, both Charles Nicoletti and George de Mohrenschildt were shot dead at the same time on the 29th of March 1977. Having been scheduled to testify before the same committee, Johnny Roselli met a similar fate. His body was found floating in an oil drum in Dumbfounding Bay, Miami, just after Malcolm Wallace was murdered in exactly the same way as Lee Bowers. On a stretch of empty American highway, his car was forced off the road, then CIA agents smashed his head into the steering wheel until he died, to make it appear like a single car accident. Not long afterwards, Sam Giancana was shot in the back of the head while cooking sausages, and his spy inside the Chicago police force, Richard Kane, was blasted to death with a sawn-off shotgun in Rose's sandwich shop on the 19th of December 1973. Absolute proof that George H.W. Bush was the most important figure behind these grisly murders and the Kennedy assassination surfaced quite recently in a declassified FBI memo which revealed he was working for the CIA in 1963 and not from 77 onwards, as he'd always claimed. He had been a lifelong friend of George de Mohrenschildt, who had actually begged him for help when he realized the CIA were trying to kill him. It was therefore rather ironic that when the police checked de Mohrenschildt's wallet, they found an address card which gave them a direct lead straight to the guilty party had they but chosen to follow it up. It said George Poppy Bush, his CIA code name, Zapata Petroleum, Midland, Texas. It became a farewell note from the man who coordinated the crime of the century, a man whose father, Prescott Bush, had created the CIA in the first place, along with his friends some 30 years before, purely in order to take care of their own business interests. They arrogantly believed they were more intelligent than anyone. But in the end, the means the George Bush-led CIA chose to silence all the major underworld figures who might incriminate them proved to be every bit as crude and obvious as Ruby's killing of Oswald on television. The whole point of George Bush and his Central Intelligence Agency was that they were supposed to be intelligent, and yet in the end they couldn't even fool little old ladies.
And who is going to inhibit them? The gangsters that are running this country is going to inhibit somebody.
All institutions of the American government are essentially a gangster syndicate, and everybody knows this. So perhaps it's time now to ask what we have learned and how best we can use this new understanding about the West's secret history to evaluate what is really going on in our world right now. To begin with, let's answer a couple of questions which have perplexed many people over the years. A great many researchers and historians have wondered why the Kennedy family themselves almost seem to be aiding and abetting the cover-up by choosing to be so quiet about the assassination itself. After the revelations of Chuck Giancana, there now seems little doubt that this is because they know a full disclosure of Joe Kennedy's dirty political dealings with the mafia would likely leave the Kennedy name in a very tarnished state. Up until now, history has tended to give the Kennedy patriarch a distinguished and squeaky clean image which went along with his appointment as the American ambassador to Britain. Like most things about the ruling class, this image is false, because it's clear that Joe Kennedy was every bit as big a crook as his business associate, Sam Giancana. However, It also seems necessary now to revise the entire history of the Kennedy brothers. The reputation of Edward Kennedy never recovered from the Chappaquiddick incident, in which Mary Jo Kopechne lost her life when she drowned in his overturned car when he allegedly drove off this unlit bridge whilst under the influence. At the time, the public believed this was a married man misbehaving, but it's come to light recently that our old friends Frank Sturgis and E. Howard Hunt were seen in the Martha's Vineyard area just prior to the accident. Once again, it's the same dirty people pulling the same dirty tricks. The media's treatment of this affair destroyed any chance Edward Kennedy might have had of becoming president, and we do now have to wonder if this was yet another example of the CIA controlling public opinion. To the same end, it is also now clear why such venerable institutions as the BBC and other prominent European broadcasters have assisted in the cover-up. They always knew the Kennedy assassination was a can of worms, and that if the whole truth in the story were pursued vigorously, it would lead right back to the gates of Auschwitz and the obscene profits which Europe's royalty and heads of state made from their investments in slave labour. This is a brutal truth which the West must now confront, and an equally brutal problem the United States must now face is the question of what has happened to the US military in the intervening years since it murdered its own commander-in-chief. The answer is that America's armed forces are now completely controlled by the American mafia. The mob don't even need hitmen anymore. They use United States Marines as assassins. They are, as Sam Giancana said, one organization who keep a low profile while they control the world as a business. And in an effort to prove this is so, in 1998, Pastor Rick Strawcutter videotaped a quite remarkable interview with Kay Pollard Griggs, formerly the wife of Colonel George Griggs, who for many years was the head of NATO. He was also an alcoholic of that well-known kind who was shy and unable to communicate when they are sober, but who then cannot stop talking once they have a drink. During the course of a stormy marriage, punctuated by periods of domestic violence, which cost Kay Griggs many black eyes and broken bones, she learned that her husband had been turned into a brutal psychopath as a consequence of his military training, which included induction into what is known as the Pink Triangle, the Cherry Marines. Over the years, far too much has been written about Lee Harvey Oswald. But what is remarkable is that few historians were ever aware that, like most Marines who worked in intelligence, he was homosexually recruited and was part of the same-sex club which included Jack Ruby, George Senator, and David Ferry. Kay Griggs explains that these selection procedures came into the US military when the cream of the death's head sporting Nazi top brass joined the American ranks at the war's end. Ever since then, the Greek and Spartan traditions which Hitler so admired, and which were integral to the German army, have found their way into American military culture and are now manifest in the way that the old skull and bones procedure for identifying and, most importantly, controlling rising stars is now used to select the top brass of the future. In a nutshell, boy soldiers who want to rise in the ranks can only do so by doing favors for the older men.
So George Bush, I mean, all these people rise up to the ranks, the same club. Right. No wonder, you know, I saw a little TV clip one time where a reporter was asking George Bush and others about the Order of the Skull and Bones.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America?
I mean, if this really got out, that these guys are all inducted because they've got some kind of homosexual thing on them.
Indoctrination. I mean, or induction. They have to do that.
Yeah.
They do that.
Yeah. Even
in a coffin. And it's even now coming into the military totally. The chiefs do that. They put them in the coffin. They do the bowling ball trick.
Okay, you're going to explain this. What happens when you get in the coffin? Why do you get in a coffin?
Oh, they get, when you get your eagles, that's a German thing.
Okay.
You know, it's what the German high command did, and most of them, you know, had the boyfriends and stuff, the Krupps and all of that. It is a German thing that they say goes back to Greece, and it's all the male Marine-looking men that they do it with. See? So now the chiefs have to do that. What they do is they get, George said it's like a zoo. They get everybody really drunk, and they sometimes call it dining in. Shellback is another time that they do it. Not everybody does it, but the ones who do it, if they're young, they get right up to the top. It's a...
Okay, well, what actually do they do? They've got a coffin, they get inside
anal
this...
sex. Oh, that. They put them in the coffin and they do things.
This is how military recruits are now controlled. And the mafia military exert a similar hold over all career politicians. At some time on the way up, they are manoeuvred into a compromising position, usually through the use of two-way mirrors in a brothel. And once the mafia military have got something on them, the career politicians, judges, senior police officers and media moguls face a stark choice. Either take your payoff, which is usually worth millions of dollars, or go to jail for life for your misdemeanor. It is with these kinds of tactics, first used by Sam Giancana in the 1930s, that what are now known as the 5 mafia families of the New York metropolitan area, the Genovese, Gambino, Lucchese, Colombo and the Bonanno, control all politics in the United States, and through their business arrangements with the 5-star generals and CIA, control all cocaine and heroin trafficking throughout the entire world. After the dust had settled on the Kennedy assassination, Sam Giancana explained to his younger brother that the mob and the CIA had taken care of JFK together because they were essentially two sides of the same coin. In the last 50 years, that relationship between these two secret societies has become even closer, to the point where they are now indistinguishable. The people who live in the Third World are so well aware of what is really going on, they have come to call the CIA the cocaine importing agency. The World Wide Web now abounds with proof to back this up. And although many people were skeptical at first about Kay Griggs, in recent times her most sensational claims have been fully endorsed by the FBI chief Ted Gunderson, who gave several interviews in support.
This cult was involved in distributing drugs up and down the East Coast, drugs that were being flown in from Southeast Asia in military and planes. The operation was by the certain Army personnel and also CIA. She told me that there were generals involved in the drug operation. There were police officers and at least 2 attorneys in the Fayetteville, North Carolina area. The path that this led me down is mind-boggling. Over the last 23, 24 years, I have developed so much information about the situation as it exists in our great country and gone public with it as much as possible, and yet I am being ignored.
What is basically happening is that the United States military use Air Force bases in Europe to connect with the Third World, particularly Pakistan and Afghanistan, where the poppy fields are cultivated. This is the real reason for the conflict in Afghanistan. It's to protect the record harvests of heroin, which almost ended when the Taliban took power. But they don't tell the soldiers this, and it's a truth you'll never hear on NBC or BBC. Having brought the refined cocaine and heroin into Europe and the United States, it is then passed on to the mafia for sale at street level, sometimes by police officers in uniform. It's an arrangement which nets the generals and the mafia chiefs billions, and the fact that someone of Ted Gunderson's credibility was completely ignored when he went public with this information underlines the fact that our entire mainstream media, as well as the entire justice system, has been bought off.
Thank you to anybody and everybody who tuned in. I'm going to get some sleep now. That was a very, very cool documentary. I'm really tired now. It's like 1 in the morning. But yeah,
what I want to do today is insane stuff. Anyway, insane stuff.
I'll definitely be on tomorrow. Catch you later, alligator. The truth is out there.